Shay's girlfriend moved to Tampa. He spent a few days here, a few days there. I got the two kids. I took care of them last night, watching 3 until like, well, they fell asleep finally about midnight, one of them. And the other one about 12:30. They crashed out on the couches. That was fine.
Are these Todd's girlfriend's kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're sweet.
How old are they?
4 and 6.
Okay.
Emily is on the autism spectrum.
Oh, nice.
You know what I'm saying? But he's very bright, intelligent. You know, we were talking about, I asked him, I said, when you go to church, because her Todd go to church, take the boys with them. And usually they'll take the children into like a smaller area where the kids can play and stuff like that to make it.
Yeah, we have a kids' church. Yeah.
Right. And then they teach them a little bit, and I put my hands together, you know, so they'll be in prayer. And I asked them, and he was telling me, that's an emoji, and I forgot what the emoji was. It was so cute, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I said, put your hands together. I said, let's pray. I was just curious. We were just talking, you know, trying to keep the kid entertained for like 11, 12 hours. It's so long.
Yeah, it is when they're that age.
But you know what? They haven't had a night out. Mike went with them. They wanted to watch these fights or whatever, and then they were like, UFC, whatever the hell it is. So
yeah.
He wanted Brianna to go with them, which I'm fine with that. You know, like, well, you know, let them go. And I try to keep the kids up as late as possible, so feel naked and late so they can get some sleep. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I'm just working like a couple of days a week. You know, house cleaning and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But our business took a pretty massive hit because of us being up in New York so long.
I'd imagine, yeah. I was wondering about that.
And then all the installment costs. You know, you can't be in 2 places at once. He's got to go out and do the estimates.
Right.
You know, and I'm trying to get him more involved. I'm like, listen, it's got savings. You know what I mean? Nice amount. And the thing is, sometimes you got to dip into that. And I said, put it on the cable channel, Spectrum. That's what we have here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just about everyone has it. Not everyone has it, because people now, they do, what do you call that? Oh my God. We have it on one of our televisions. So, you know, in the living room, we have where you can pull up movies or watch more movies and stuff like that. Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, that works for a lot of
people. I mean, I don't know. I don't even have a TV. You know, I don't watch it.
Oh, I love good movies.
I do like movies. I have a computer if I want to watch movies. It's okay.
Yeah, I do too. I picked up something before, and it had me dying laughing. You know who Martin Scorsese is, right?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, his mom was in a few of his movies. She was in Casino.
Really?
And she was also in Goodfellas. I don't know. Did you ever see Goodfellas?
I don't think I have.
Oh, man.
I do need to see that. It's a classic.
About a good mob movie. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I do like a good mob movie.
I do too. Did you ever see, you know, what the hell is it, Tom Hardy? You know who Tom Hardy is, right?
Yeah.
I love Tom Hardy. I think he's great. He's a great actor. Daniel Day-Lewis. I love a lot of, you know, different types of actors. Mm-hmm. But those are two, you know, the last 20 years or so.
Yeah, Daniel Day-Lewis is amazing.
I love him so much.
Yeah.
You ever see Sins of the Father?
Oh, I haven't seen Sins of the Father.
You know what that's about?
Well, I could hazard a guess.
That's true. No, but really what it's about is they go, you know, he's from Ireland. And his friend decided to go to, I'm sorry, and they decided to go to London to live.
Oh, wow.
So what happened was they get caught up and get wrongfully convicted. The guy spent 16 years in prison. His father gets off, but they had no ties to him. None of them had ties to him.
Oh, wow.
They just had, and they did. Wrongfully convicted. His father dies in prison. I mean, it's fucking horrible. But he gets out. It's called the Guildford 6 or 8 or something like that.
So it's based on a true story?
Yes, yes.
Well, it'd be something interesting to watch. I like stuff like that.
It's just so like, wow. They did a phenomenal job in that.
Yeah.
Gangs of New York, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course. Gangs of New York is amazing too.
I love it.
I know you liked it. You remember when it came out, you were telling me all about it.
Yeah, The Box is another good movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say it's My Beautiful Laundrette.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
You
That
can
was
go on and on. But then back to Tom Hardy.
yeah, Tom Hardy.
He plays a dual role. He plays twin brothers. Reginald and something else. Cray brothers.
Oh, the Cray brothers. Yeah, I know about them. Yeah.
Oh my God. So there's this one that's terrible fever. I almost why the guy over there.
Mm-hmm.
They were there for like London's East End, which back in the 60s.
Yeah, they were baddies. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were crazy. So anyway, him and his brother going on. It's only two of them. That's like 6, 7 guys, right? And Anthony called me like 4 times today. Give me a fucking break, bro. Jesus.
What is somebody calling you?
That's just Anthony.
Anthony, our mutual friend in New York.
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's okay. He's just been without elevator service since last Monday.
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah, and the heat especially. He's had a health condition. He had surgery.
Yeah, he's fragile.
I know. So anyway, they go in the bar, and the one guy's there, Reggie. No. What was that? Ronald. No, Reginald. Because Ronald was like, who's a dead man? Get the bones about it. Back then, that's a big deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so what happened is they don't realize, like, because the brother walked out, saying, "You're an embarrassment, this and that." And like, just think how they speak of it. That's so funny. So anyway, his brother, Reggie's there. He just decides to pour himself a beer. They're about to, throw down. They're about to fight. So he could see his brother coming, but none of them can because they're facing him, looking at him. He says, "A homosexual schizophrenic walks into a bar," and he comes at them with these freaking hammers. Like,
oh my God.
The joke was hilarious. I just thought it was so funny. Homosexual schizophrenic. No, because he was, and because he was really crazy. They both,
Yeah. I have heard about them. Yeah.
Yeah. They made some stupid movie in the early 90s. It just sucked. This one was
So I didn't know Tom Hardy did a movie about them. That'd be interesting to watch.
But he plays twin brothers.
That's weird. How did he play 2 people at the same time?
I don't know. But I think in 2017, she'll probably pull it up.
Okay, 2017. Okay.
It's great. It's just such a good movie. Yeah, so, we're
I've been going through the Montgomery Clift. The actor Montgomery Clift. I've been trying to see all of his films.
I read a couple of books about him.
I thought you might know about him. Yeah, I'm fascinated by him. Yeah.
I am too. Well, I was when I was younger. Let me tell you something about him.
He's an amazing actor. I can't believe him.
Even after his accident.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And who had a real crush on him? Liz Taylor.
Oh yeah, they were like best friends. Like
they were friends, but then once you realized that he wasn't interested in females, he let her, she let it go fine.
Well, he did have a few female lovers apparently, but they were like.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I watched a few documentaries about him, but like they were very. I don't know how to describe it. It was like they were more like.
On candy to make him look.
No. He went for like. He went for like tough older women that were like kind of mommy-ish. I don't know. It was kind of like he had a couple of but they were in like relationships. It's just interesting.
I didn't get all that.
No, his life was he was up to a lot of stuff. It's tragic, but
You know what's tragic? I worked in a strip joint as a bartender. 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, they had dancers. The dancers were higher on platforms back then. You know what I mean?
yeah, back in the day.
There was 3 of us being behind the bar. And I see some guys walking in, right? On Friday night sometimes, accidentally. This guy, Gary, who was there, that was his deal on the weekends. He, took care of the place now.
Mm-hmm.
Monday through Friday, we had female dancers. Okay, so guys would Saturday, they'd be coming in with their fucking and cabs. All these kids want fucking tip clamps or whatever they put on.
Whoa.
It's just like in the 70s, it's kind of weird to see.
It's weird to see now, but yeah, I imagine back then it was even weirder.
So anyway, one night, I was dating somebody that worked there. We were dating just briefly. We'd go out and have some fun, a few drinks. We never really got, past that,
Yeah.
But I said, I want to come in on this Saturday night. I want to see what the hell's really going on. So I came in. I was curious. I wouldn't want anybody. I'm not going to disrespect it. But we went to somebody else's environment. I do that.
Yeah.
So we came in, had a couple of drinks. And male dancers up on the platforms with female dancers dance Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
But they had something going on I didn't want to know. And, not myself.
Yeah, I ended up, I had this coworker back in the day, like, I must have been 21 or 22 at the time, but he had told me he'd started dancing at this place. At a gay bar, and I was really innocent at the time, so he kept inviting me to come with him to the bar, and I did one time. Me and another female coworker went, and I saw more than I ever wanted to that night.
That was a classic. I mean,
yeah, they were pulling their wieners out and stuff. Yeah, they were flashing their weens. It was nasty. I mean, though, like full on, they weren't dancing naked, but they were like pulling it out a little bit. It was gross.
They're not supposed to do that. Yeah.
I was shook.
I don't know. Depends on where you. Nowadays, I wouldn't even, But the thing is, we had. I worked for Matty Goldman, who was a big marketing writer in Times Square, and I worked at a lot of these places at different times. And if you go to one of their clubs, you get discounted tickets. Sure, why not? But the day shift, I want to go off the list, next team out of things, whatever. So we decided to go into one of their bars. One thing that's so beautiful about that, guys don't bother you. You want to just go out with your friends and have a few drinks, not be bothered. You got money to pay for my own drinks. Fuck alone, please. And there was, a dancer behind the bar. And sometimes the dancers would be also behind the bar up on a high platform. And they would have to, Martin would have to, if you wanted to tip them, passing the tips. I did plenty of times, play stuff. So, I see him, that guy dancing, he's dancing. Like, okay, I'm going to give a tip, Nobody's drinking tip. I'm like, whatever. I could just pass that to him. Don't tell him what to just give it to him,
Mom!
Oh, there was no feedback.
I'm just teasing.
I know you are.
I know it's gotten so bad. I've heard, like, I've known women who are strippers, and they say, like, it's just so much worse. Like, I have a friend who's 50.
Yeah.
And she started stripping, like, in her late, 20s. So she was kind of old when she started. And she did it until she was in her, mid-40s. And she's she just saw the decline of it, getting worse and worse, and wanting more for less, and them gouging the strippers, charging them for this, that, and the third,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I know. That's a rough business.
It's just the decline of Western civilization, I guess.
I suppose. I suppose. No, I mean, I never heard of. They had, I guess, well, you know that. But we had kids for room. We had a table there, just be 6 feet away.
Yeah,
Well,
it
you
used to
could
be
get
a lot
arrested.
more, yeah, it used to be a lot
Yeah,
more
you know.
decent, I guess.
Well, not that it was ever decent, but I mean, it was never that bad, you know, like where,
Now
you know,
now it's
constantly,
like, yeah, it's,
like they're putting their asses on the guys or, you know,
yeah,
doing table dances and just so, but you know, I guess people have to just do what they have to do. You know what I mean?
I
To make it,
suppose, yeah.
you know what I mean? So I can't really, you know, just because it was different when I was young doesn't mean
Well, I don't know.
I wouldn't want to do it, but that doesn't mean I don't think someone else is right to do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they do. But you know, I like had Jake stay there for a while, you know, with his kids and stuff. And
Jake and his kids?
yeah, like 3 of them stayed in one room.
Oh, wow. Is Shay
Yeah,
still living there?
Off and on. You know, like he's in Cynthia, I kind of like, because she moved to Tampa, even though she's working at Spring Hill, that makes no sense to me. But it's her life, you know what I'm saying? What are you going to do?
Maybe she wants to relocate to Tampa eventually.
No,
like,
she didn't relocate to Tampa.
Well, I mean, like work there.
Got her own, you know, she got her own, you know, she got her own small house or apartment, she rented whatever. You know, she just wanted to be on her own. She was living with her parents, you know, for the longest time, and then she found out they didn't want to pay the mortgage or something, and they're about to lose their house, you know.
Oh my
I have
God.
another cat here named Jack.
Oh
I
dear.
have 3 cats right now. I got Jack. And he ran out of the house a few times, really through house runs, you know, we found him, but Jesus, you know, it's a lot. So, you know, he was getting bullied. I just found this out last night because I speak kind of sternly to him to get him to listen because I don't want him to get done. I want him to run out.
Yeah.
Jack, go. Like that, you know, kind of.
Mm.
But then I pet him a lot, and I found that he was bullied. I felt terrible.
Oh wow.
Last place he was living, you know.
What does Jack look like?
He's gray and white.
Oh, pretty.
Like cat. Yeah, he's sweet. He does. But he's still a little timid as far as like I kiss my cats on their faces, their heads. I love my cats, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my cat gets kisses. What's gonna happen?
Huh?
Oh yeah, Nero gets kisses.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, no, what are you gonna do? Not kiss them?
Of course not. No, some people won't, but some cats initially, like when I had, oh my God, when I had Mew, that cat, I go near to pet her, she'd duck, and that used to come, oh my gosh, she was feral.
Yeah.
It took me about 2 years to just break her out of the mood. It still freaked out.
Mm.
And I don't know why. I got her so young. I would hold her all the time, pat her. I'd have to go looking for her. She'd hide underneath the desk to get in the back because she was so tiny.
Yeah.
I have to reach in and grab her and pull her out. I was trying to socialize her, you know? Like, my God. So now she's like my baby. You know what I mean? She's
Yeah, she doesn't go for anyone else, but she'll trust you.
Yes, and actually it might be, and the boys better.
Okay.
Anyone else, she's kind of, you know, she's still a little, but I picked her up because Chris and Beth were down here for a little bit. They stayed in Shaday's room because he was down in Tampa with his girlfriend.
Okay.
You know, so they stayed in his room, and, you know, Jack was always sleeping with them. It's cute. No, but I wanted him to see how smooth, it's very soft. And I held him, and she'd still dig into my shoulder when I pick her up. To let somebody else pat her. But I hold her. I hold her firmly, you know, but gently. And Chris said, "No, she's so soft." I said, "Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's like the softest cat." And I still have Ned, you know.
Mm. He's a cuddle bug.
Oh, he's a sweetheart. Yeah, I know he is.
I remember he came and slept with me when I visited y'all.
I'm sure you would.
I mean, actually,
Yeah.
Barbara posted a photo when she was visiting down there before, and she was like, "Red sleeping with me" or something like that. A big cat.
I'm surprised she went because she would let Luna come in and sleep with her. Oh, you can't come in here. Oh my God, Jesus.
Well, Red probably snuck up on her.
Yeah.
He did to me.
Yeah, she probably woke up and was sitting there on that sliding down.
Yeah.
That's funny. So what are you doing tonight?
Well, I have
Yeah.
some reading
Work
to
tomorrow?
do. Yeah, I do. I have to work tomorrow.
Okay. I want to ask you something because I'm trying to find this out for somebody that I claim for.
Yeah.
He's doing security guard work right now. He's on disability, and it's not working out for him. He had a stroke a few years back.
Oh, my.
2 years ago. I'm trying to help him find something working from home, and I don't know what to tell him because it's not something I do. You have any advice? I can maybe, have him search somewhere. He's into insurance. He said he has experience in insurance. He had his own printing business up in he's from Long Island, New York. He's the cousin of Rick Huberman.
Yeah.
You know, the Long Island serial killer. I told you about that crazy stuff. And he's nothing like, he's such a nice.
I mean, yeah, working, I mean, it depends. I don't know what kind of insurance he worked in. But like most companies.
Life insurance, I think he said.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm really trying to help him because.
I mean, if I were him, I would get on LinkedIn and create a profile and, yeah, in his position, because people will come and recruit you. I get messages all the time from people looking to like coach me, but nothing has been attractive enough of an offer. Well, I mean, it's a tough industry, you know.
Right.
Not everyone can do it.
Because we does something from home too.
Mm.
She got 6 weeks maternal leave when baby's born. They're paying her for that, and she was off all last week. She accumulated sick days. We're paying for it. So she's got a decent job,
6 weeks.
When they do.
That is not enough time.
No, but we're going to be here. It's close to help,
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, it's exciting she's having a girl too.
Alora Rose, A-L-O-R-A, middle name R-O-S-E.
They're naming her Alora Rose.
Yeah, and she said she looked it up. She was looking at names, and it's supposed to be like Beautiful Dreamer or something like that.
Okay.
Some kind of a college. I don't know how she found it. That's the name.
It's a pretty name. It's pretty.
Yeah, it flows. The Grapper.
It sounds. I know Grapper.
It's kind of.
Alora Rose Grapper. There's something, not right about. She needs a harder first name with that.
I know. Helga.
She needs a hard consonant in that first name.
Helga.
Helga.
Or something like that.
Give her a German name, yeah.
Yeah. I know she's not German. I think she's Irish and English or something like that. It's black, yellow skin.
Yeah, it's an English name.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Hey, it's their choice. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be their choice.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, it's interesting. So how far along is she?
The baby's gonna be born sometime in September. The baby's already.
What if it gets born on your birthday?
Oh God, I hope not. Okay. Oh my God, what? That's funny. But then again, she's already the baby's almost 4 pounds inside.
Gosh.
You an 8-pound baby.
I know, I was light. I tried to make it easy for you.
No, you were wonderful.
Yeah, my dad told me a bit about it. I mean, it's not the same as you telling me about it, but he said that I got out of there pretty quickly. Like I didn't take my time. I was ready.
Yeah, you're ready right up the bounce. Like, come on, enough of this. Fuck out of here.
I can't take being in here no more.
Oh my God, I know.
It does seem kind of cramped when you think about it, being inside another person.
Yes. Oh my God, they did a 5D picture of the baby.
Yeah.
That's a diet of her. Oh my gosh, she's so pretty. I don't know. But Bree's pretty too. I mean,
Yeah, I'm sure. And Todd is good looking too. So they'll have a pretty little girl named Delora.
Yeah.
A little princess for our family. That'll be nice.
Oh my God, Harry set me down. There was so much shit on because I was staying at Harry's up there. And a 10th floor apartment with a little balcony out there. It was nice. I mean,
that does sound nice.
Yeah, she's got a 2-bedroom apartment there. She lives with her mom and Elijah. Elijah's has to be on medication right now. He's on some kind of thing for ADHD.
Oh dear.
Just so he could concentrate in school.
Poor thing. Oh no.
I know. He's got an issue though. He was telling me that he doesn't like white people.
He doesn't like white people?
Yeah, and he doesn't like white people.
He's half white though.
I know.
Oh dear. Well, he has to get over that.
I told her that. Listen, I was up there the last time for like 10 days. 9 of those days I walked into school.
Do you think he's just yearning for his dad?
His dad's locked up right now.
Well, I know, but do you think that might be part of it? He's just reacting because
That could be because he loves his
kids will project that stuff.
He wants to identify with his dad.
Yeah.
His dad, I don't even met him once. No, I met him twice. I don't know. I can't make him feel comfortable, you know.
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
all.
Yeah.
But you know, he's gonna change, and Uncle John wanted to help him. Get work and stuff. He's like, you know, I don't know. I don't think he's gonna want to do anything. You know, like he tries to talk to him. Because Johnny's a Teamster now. He's been a Teamster for like 5 years.
Teamsters.
Yeah, good for him.
I love the Teamsters. We got Teamster generations in the family.
Oh, we do.
Chuck,
sure we do.
Chuck was a Teamster.
Good for him.
And so is my dad. Yeah, well, he retired.
Oh, he's retired. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He's an old man. He's still alive.
How's he doing?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him. I need to call him soon because his birthday's coming up, and he gave me like a present for Christmas. So yeah, he's doing all right though. He's in pretty good health. I think his mind's a little bit
he's getting up there.
Yeah, but he still takes care of himself very well. And Jim and Rita did buy a little place out there, but I don't think they're there that often. But
they're living where my lady lives, like South Carolina.
No.
Dakota? Are they living in Dakotas? Or is he living in Arizona?
Arizona.
Oh, he's in Arizona still. And he's in Yuma?
Yeah, he stayed there. But no, Jim and Rita have like a vacation place there, but I don't think they're even there that often. But I meant to say Clay and Jenny. So they've got a place there, so they keep an eye on him too. And then of course,
also Clay and Jenny's there too.
Yeah, and Kathy and
vacation.
Yeah, they have a place there.
Okay, but are they still living in Alaska as well?
No, they left Alaska a while ago.
Oh, I didn't know.
So they have a place they have a couple places in Arizona actually. They got another one up north in Arizona too.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Must be nice. What about your creepy cousins?
No. I don't know. I don't talk or keep up with them.
I don't care.
But anyway, Mom, I gotta go.
You go. No, you go.
Did have an hour. I was like, oh, I could talk a little bit.
I gotta run to the store anyway, so it worked out perfect. I'll see you later, darling.
All right, I love you too. We'll talk soon.
Bye. We will. Bye.
Bye. Like literally, I open up and then my mom calls. She called me last night, but I was already like asleep. I didn't see it till this morning, and Anyway, so y'all know now you have another whole idea about who I am now that you've heard my mother. And I'm sure some interesting details were revealed about my family. But I have a niece on the way. There's going to be a little girl born into my family soon. So that's pretty exciting. And yeah, it's interesting. She mentioned my cousin's son, who is half black, hates white people. Yes, my mom is from New York. She grew up in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, in a brownstone apartment, full of people, like on top of each other. She's an interesting person. My mom's side are more recent immigrants. My great-grandparents immigrated to the U.S. in the last century. So that's kind of the lineage there, and they kind of stayed in New York. But my mom's been around the country. She lived in Seattle for a while. She lived in Alaska, which is where she met my dad. Then she went back to New York. She got married to my stepfather, Michael, who is, a real pillar of our family. And she had my two younger brothers. And they moved to Florida. So she's been around the country, Anyway, but yeah, she's lived an interesting life. She used to bartend and bartended at some interesting places. So there's lots of little lore there if you all want to know my business, I guess. My cousin is, you know what, I don't think that's, again, she grew up in that environment where she was around a lot of those types of people, the blacks, So she fell in love with this guy. She's still in love with him. And he's the only guy she's ever been with. She's 30. It's the only man she's ever loved. She's still in love with him. He's not good to her, though. I'll say that. He does not deserve her. Send him to an all-black school and he'll change his tune. He's not a Freddie. He's in no way at Fred's level at all. No. He's not a Freddie. Freddie is not what you assume about Freddie. He's this guy is in no way as good a man as Freddie, in my opinion. I've never met him. I just see her, who I don't know that well either. I didn't grow up around her, but I will say just what I can see and pick up intuitively, he's, she is a lovely woman with a pure heart, and she deserves much better than that. Hi, sweetie. Should we get started? Yeah, props to Fred. Freddie loves white people. What are you talking about, Yoda? All of his friends are white. He hangs out with y'all all day. Well, I thought, well, if she's comfortable, Freddie would be a better fit for her, definitely. I don't know about their locational things though and that kind of thing, but he's a responsible sort of fellow, and she's just, she's my kin, so, and she's the mom's side, so she has those strong Italian genes, the Tozzi genes, okay? These people are gorgeous. When we get together in a room, it's whoa. The women, the men are good looking too, but the women are something else. So she's got those genes. So I'm like, hey, maybe they would be good for one another. Freddie deserves a nice woman if he would get his mind together straight. He has some silly ideas. He might be watching, but he has silly ideas about having 5 wives. But if he got like a Tazi woman, then he'd have 5 wives. But anyway, that is interesting though, the fact that I think it's just interesting. He's yearning for his father, I think he's resentful that he's around all these white people and he wants, his father's influence. So, I mean, it makes sense why he would be having this kind of resentment and anger coming up for him. But it's interesting. I mean, they're in New York. I feel bad. I shouldn't be talking about this stuff. Look at me. I shouldn't be talking about this stuff. It's nobody's business. But it's funny. My mom called. Doesn't she have a great accent? I mean, she has the best accent. It's so funny. After I like kind of reconnected to her and started working on my relationship with her, she said to me on the phone one time, she was like, I'm so glad you don't talk to me, or not talk to me. She said, I'm so glad you don't talk like me. And I was like, what? Like, you sound amazing. I guess I sound proper. She's glad I didn't end up with that like thick New York accent. That is so, yeah, it's something. That real Yankee accent. And she lives in the South now. So it's like, but a lot of New Yorkers moved there into Florida, like the area she's in. Tons of people from New Jersey and New York. Like, there were multiple times in gatherings where like the whole room would just be full of that. Well, anyway, let me get a new banner up. I forgot about the banners. I haven't been running them. Here we go. Yeah, so we're going to be diving into, I know, imagine me with that accent. I am pretty glad I didn't, I'm very glad that even with the challenges I faced, being raised by my father and away from my mother, I'm grateful that I got to grow up the way I did. I grew up in Alaska. I got to see and do a lot of amazing things and be very intimate with nature. And it was a really positive experience in my childhood. And I think growing up in New York, I would have had other skills and qualities. But I definitely think that it would have posed all kinds of problems. And there was so much mess going on at that time, in New York City with my mom and the family. My dad was really right to take me. Yeah, he did protect me. My dad, he protected me from my mom's hell. But my mom's done good for herself too. She got her life together. She got a nice husband who's a protector and provider and a leader and who's hardworking and generous. He has so many positive qualities. She had my 2 beautiful little brothers who I, love. So it's life works out, Fran, I know I would have been Fran Drescher. Lord have mercy. No. Do you like the Morrissey tea? I wore it to church today. I was like, you know what? Who's the dude that needs a job? My mom does assistant work for people. She's done it for many years. So she does care and then some maid work for like people either in the community. She has some people who are not disabled, but like usually like elder people or people who have certain disabilities or like physical challenges, or like she mentioned, this guy had a stroke a couple of years ago, so recovering from that can be difficult. So my mom, does helps people like in those situations. Home health, yeah, and it's not just that. She helps them with like various things. But I mean, she's amazing. She smokes like a chimney, but she works like I admire people like that. Jesse, like older people that just keep going. Like it's good for you to like keep yourself busy as an older person if you can be as productive as you can through your life. These cripples. So let's ask Terri about a job. Well, I don't know. I mean, my job I got just through a friend that I made working at another job years ago. They had a position open in her company, so she recommended me, and it ended up working out. But yeah, I'm thinking like, I don't know what to suggest to somebody who's had a stroke who wants to like work remotely. And I don't know what his qualifications are. She mentioned he like worked in life insurance. I don't know much about life insurance. I don't know like I know that you probably have to have some level of licensure. So if he does want to get back into that field, he's probably going to have to like retake tests. And I don't know how much somebody who's had a stroke wants to do that. It was not. It was not a slick diss. How is that a slick diss, you silly? I work from home. My mom is a boomer. She doesn't know how people do that. She's probably asked my brother's girlfriend, who she said, does. Yeah, I mean, I forgave her, Yoda. Like, mom is forgiven. She does. She smokes. If I want to like catch my mom when I visit, I just have to go outside where she smokes because she's gonna show up. But I don't know. I can't really go visit them now in my condition. It's just too much to like contemplate like staying at their house, and also going all the way out there. It's no, she smokes cigarettes. My mom does not do drugs. Thank you. Indeed not. I can't say what my little brothers do or not, but my mom definitely does. Yeah, my mom has enough problems without needing to be a pothead. God. No, she's very like, I don't know, her mind, she's very neurotic. She's always going. I don't think pot would be good for her. She's not got the kind of temperament that can like deal with that kind of messing with the mind. Yeah, I can't. I don't think it would be good. Just trying to imagine it. Well, I don't know. Like with people working from home, like or remotely, I don't know what to suggest. Like, my mom does have it going on. She's got guys that are still simping for her. She's like 70 now, right? How old is she? She's up there, and she's still got simps. She got a husband, and she's got simps. Pot isn't a drug. It is. It is. Now, drug doesn't have to be a bad thing. But I disagree. Disagree about that. I mean, and like, yeah, my mom is cool. I don't know. She's a babe. She's, that's, I look at the women in my family, on both sides. And I don't know. Icarus Fallen says simps need banning from the world. I bet Yoda and my mom would like be cracking up. She tells some silly jokes. She's got a good sense of humor, and she appreciates humor as well. Well, anyway, so let's get back into the book. I've gone on enough. 47 minutes in, we have not started. Maybe I should change the title. Like, it does say and more. I didn't say when it would start. Okay, so we are in the chapter titled Race War. Last night I was reading from it, but I got tuckered out, you know. Hey, the t-shirt, yes. Morrissey. I love wearing the Morrissey t-shirt because it's just like a subtle political statement. Just it's subtle. It's subtle. I have plausible deniability with it. It's bold. It's a statement piece, you know, and it's of course Morrissey, who I love this man. So, you know, yeah, I wore it to church. I was like, okay, we're gonna be a little edgy today. Yeah, Rome knows her music too. I love music. Music is so important. It's so important. It can change everything. Anyway, let's get started. Lovely chat, or lovely opening. But now here we are. 49 minutes and a half. Now, let's see. This is about the serial killer Dorner. I haven't heard of this guy. What's his full name? Christopher Dorner. This was a guy who was targeting white people. It's interesting. It is interesting. Yet for all his demons, Dorner had moments of real clarity. He concluded his manifesto with a thoughtful appeal for Black self-improvement. The shame is that in rejecting Christ's love, I'm not an effing Christian, quote unquote, this is from Dorner, he could not do for himself what he asked of others. Blacks must strive for more in life than bling, hoes, and cars. The current culture is an epidemic that leaves them with no discernible future. They're suffocating and don't even know it. MLK Jr. would be mortified at what he worked so hard for in our acceptance as equal beings, and how unfortunately we stopped progressing and began digressing. Chicago's youth violence is a prime example of how our Black community's values have declined. We cannot address this nation's intolerant issues until we address our own community's morality issues first. That's something that sounds like very clear coming from somebody who's a psychopathic murderer. Whoa, it's weird. This is why I'm like, a broken clock is right twice a day. Never discount the truth just because the person saying it might be a little bit iffy. God can use anyone. You know, remember that. You have to know how to recognize the spirit of truth when it moves through people, and not like get petty about your judgments about them or what evil they've done, even like this killer. I've been thinking about that like question that JLP poses that people get so hung up about, like, are you better than a child molester? That triggers so many people because so many people, and in our society now, that's like the worst thing you can be, right? Like, I've been thinking about that, and then just I'm relating to this. Like, here's this like spree murderer. Yeah, I don't know. I think what he did is technically spree murder, but I'm just thinking about it. Like, am I better than this guy at the end of the day? If the spirit of truth uses him as a vessel at some point, just remember, God can use anyone, I guess. So be aware of like what is wrong with people, of course, but don't discount the truth when it moves, among us. Anyway, 7 months after Dorner's killing spree, Aaron Alexis descended on the Washington Navy Yard, guns blazing, and killed 13 people before being killed by police. Right up until the end, Alexis and Dorner led parallel lives. They were both black and male and were born within a month of each other in New York in 1979. That's very young. 79, when I think about that. It's not much, yeah. And to think they like committed these murders so young as well. It's like, so angry. So much anger. Each of them graduated high school, attended college, joined the Navy Reserve, and assimilated at least superficially into the larger white world. Unfortunately, like Dorner and Thornton, Muhammad and Malvo, Alexis lacked a strong father figure in his life and learned to focus the resulting anger on racial grievances. As was true in each of these cases, the media paid little attention to Alexis's family background. In reading multiple reports, I found the best evidence in the comments of a neighbor of Alexis's when he was growing up. According to Newsday, the neighbor remembered the family, a mom, a daughter, and 2 teenage boys, living directly above her for 2 years. The father surfaced after the shooting to say that his son suffered from PTSD, the same ailment that the grandmother attributed to her granddaughter in the Indianapolis video, but had little else to offer. I've known people who are suffering from that, what they label as that. I think it's demonic attack. I think it's more spiritual attack ultimately. So I don't like the language of PTSD. But I don't know how it. I mean, maybe it does. I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about it. The spirit. I mean, yeah. Jesse always says, people that are angry are 2 hoops and a holler away from being Jeffrey Dahmer. So, and I know that's true. Well, anyway, let's continue. Unlike Dorner and Thornton, Alexis left no record of why he killed 13 people, 12 of them his former colleagues. There is evidence, though, that Alexis directed his anger in much the same way others had. He felt a lot of discrimination and racism with white people especially, said a friend, Christy Sooth. Excuse me. I'm muted. Doesn't say I'm muted. Press 1 if you can hear me right now in the chat, please. Okay, Icarus Fallen can hear me. Okay. I was like, is Yoda trolling me? Is he trolling me hard? Good to have a little interlude. I'm trying to remember last night. Okay, and this name, Christy Sutham Tukul. I've never seen this name. Sutham Tukul. Having a moment here with his name. Like the others, Alexis refused to see his own emotional problems for what they were. When the Navy discharged him after at least 9 incidents of misconduct, including insubordination, unauthorized absences, drunkenness, and an arrest for disorderly conduct at an Atlanta nightclub, he blamed the Navy. According to a friend, he thought he never got a promotion because of the color of his skin. Like several of the others, Alexis rejected Christianity, but he found no more peace in Buddhism than Muhammad did in Islam or Dorner did in the cobbled together secular humanism he'd embraced. You want me to spell the name? I'll just type it. One-handed typing. There we go. I mean, how do I pronounce that name? Come on, Sutham Tukul? I mean, it's like, I've never seen it before. I don't know where it comes from. If you're interested while chatting, if somebody wants to look up the origin of that name while I'm reading and post it, it might be good to know. Make this a collaborative effort. See where she comes from. It's interesting. Okay. In Oklahoma, Alton Nolan found a formal outlet for his hatred of white people as well. That hatred culminated in the beheading of a white female coworker and the slashing of another at the food processing plant where they worked. Good Lord. Good Lord. How horrific. Oh, sorry. I just a moment. I was like imagining a food processing plant. My imagination went off a little. Let's come back down to earth from that. Not nice. Okay. Nolan had recently converted to Islam. Some saw his assault as something of a jihad, but his behavioral pattern almost perfectly mirrors that of the other murderers profiled. As with the others, I could find no reference to a father in Nolan's life. The spokesperson for the family was the mother, Joyce Nolan. In an awkward video, she apologized to the families of the people her son attacked, but she insisted, "There's 2 sides to every story, and we're only hearing one." She added, "I am praying that justice will prevail, and the whole story will come out, the whole story." She was suggesting, I suppose, that the victim somehow provoked the attack. Like the other mothers, she could not believe her son would do anything like this. Oh, yeah, I remember I used to go hard on the mothers when I was a radical feminist. Be like going hard on the concept of motherhood privilege, which does exist. In the sense that any privilege exists, but it's really, really a lot of that talk is just projection. So anyway, it's just, it is a very interesting thing how many mothers like will, be so supportive of their sons throughout like horrific crimes like this, even when the facts, clearly demonstrate something very wrong happening, or like this. I don't know if it's denial or, but mother's love is evil, like Jesse says. Most people's love is evil because most people don't have love. They're loving with something else, which is like not love, but hate, which is close to love, which is why people, so often mistake the two. And they say there's a thin line between the two. There isn't. But like, if you're still stuck in an animalistic kind of way of being, then you can't really project that kind of love. You can't really be a conduit for that kind of love. Not in the right way. Well, anyway, Yoda says that whites have more decency and morality. Plenty of white mothers, stand by their son, when he, rapes a bunch of women or murders a bunch of women or what have you. Like, or they'll be like, my son didn't do anything when he clearly did. It's a phenomenon. But it's, again, it's it's just something to ponder, that kind of trope, I think it's mother's instinct generally to protect her child, but that's the wrong kind of protection. You shouldn't protect people from the truth. That's not loving. I don't know, maybe not always. Maybe that isn't true. Maybe it is good to conceal something sometimes. I'm getting off topic. I'm getting philosophical here. Let's, again, come back down to earth. Okay. Okay. Like the other mothers, she could not believe her son would do anything like this. My son was raised up in a loving home, she insisted, but there was a big something missing from that home. Whatever was missing, it left Nolan an angry young man. That anger, I have seen, affects people in every aspect of their lives. Anger makes people irresponsible and inconsiderate. Angry people have no love and respect for themselves and or for their fellow man. True facts. They often have no functioning inner compass to override the anger. Consequently, angry people like Nolan or Ferguson or Thornton or Dorner or Alexis make for very poor employees. On the day of his rampage, Nolan was suspended for making insulting remarks about whites to his coworkers. He was basically saying he didn't like white people and had an altercation with our second victim based on that, said the local district attorney. After being escorted out of the plant, Nolan drove home. He drove home. Grabbed a large kitchen knife and came back slashing. And he killed 2 of his female employees, like his fellow female employees, like his coworkers. Like imagine like you have a tense day, your black coworker, I'm just imagining the scene, all right? They're working in this industrial food processing place, all right? It's grim, it's hard work, it's drama, it's messy, all right? It's real life. One of your black coworkers gets suspended because he's making remarks about white people that are inflammatory or offensive or something like that. So, and he has to be escorted off the property. He drives home, gets a kitchen knife, and comes and kills two of your coworkers. So you're already like having a bad day. You're down a person because he got suspended. So you're, having to make up his work as well, no doubt. On top of maybe he also insulted you or your people. Which is important. Like, this is like whites. It's in the fact that whites don't get angry. Some do, but like, it's a good thing because it keeps these situations from escalating a lot of the time as well. Like, so importance of like not taking it personally when people hate you is just, or say hateful things to you or offensive things to you, like, because it isn't about you, really. And if it is about you, like, why does that bother you? What about it's bothering you? Like, just turn inward, but don't get angry. Don't let another person's anger jump into you and make you act foolish and irrational like them. Hi, Serge. Serge is here. We're reading The Antidote by Jesse Lee Peterson. And I'm, periodically interrupting with my thoughts and then responding to chat. So it's interesting. Okay. If the company's CFO had not shot him, Nolan might have killed more people. He had every intention of doing just that. He severed one of his coworkers' heads. Like, that is sick. Yoda, you're insane. Serge, like, please. I like to read. Different people have different things they like doing. I like to read and use my mind in this way. I find it, an enjoyable thing. And you like to watch videos and fool around and chat. So appreciate the offerings that I give here of my time and hearts. Because, I'm not the best reader on earth, but I do it better than some people, I'm sure. All right, onward. Like Nolan, Ismail Brinsley of Baltimore parked his anti-white anger at the local mosque. He may have well been in the audience when the Nation of Islam's Louis Farrakhan came to Baltimore's Morgan State University on November 2014 to spread the same hateful venom that first infected me back in the late 1960s. It is so interesting in my mind to imagine young Jesse being like a young, angry black radical in the 60s. So, like, y'all make fun of me, but what was Jesse doing when he was young? Y'all come at me for being into the communism, but, like, he was too. And now look at him. With an Amerifro. Yeah, drop your favorite book in the chat if you're still, like, if you're up for it. It'd be interesting to know. Farrakhan spoke to a huge crowd at Morgan State, praising the rioters in Ferguson and elsewhere. He denounced the cowardly, punkified black leadership of Eric Holder, and Barack Obama for their rejection, however half-hearted, of the explosion of violence against, quote unquote, the white man's tyranny on Black people. At the end of this speech, Farrakhan shouted, "We'll tear this goddamn country up." When he finished, the crowd leaped up cheering and chanting, "Allahu Akbar." Just a month later, Brinsley left Baltimore for New York to start tearing this country up. His anger ran deep. His father split when he was about 9. He quickly learned that if he got in trouble at school, his father would have to pay attention. So he got in trouble often, enough trouble that no one really wanted him around. He bounced from mother to father to sister to a home for troubled boys, back to his sister again. Ismail learned to live on a couch, wrote the New York Times. He was so estranged at times from his mother that she wasn't certain where he went to high school. As a young adult, he wrote on Facebook, "Sometimes I feel like a motherless child." Wow, so he was estranged from his father and mother. And he found direction in the likes of, or inspiration, a sense of masculinity and mentorship from a man in the likes of Louis Farrakhan. Why does anyone list, like, he is, like, why doesn't anybody go to him for comment? You know, I wonder that sometimes. Like, why is he still relevant? Like, I read this stuff and I'm just like, this guy's sick. This guy hates this country. Like, why do the people of this country, like, I can't get with people like that. Like, I really can't. Regardless of your, like, political persuasion, like, if you don't at least have some sort of mindset about where you live, some level of responsibility for it, some kind of, like, idea that it's important to have a positive impact on it and to, like, make, you know, maybe you don't agree with the way things have been about this country, but to do your small part as an individual, however you can, to direct the country in a way that you think is just without compromising it. I don't understand. Like, if you really feel that way about it, why not just leave? And I'll tell you why, because there's nothing better. They can't make the kind of money elsewhere that they do here. Really, that's it. They can't have the kind of lifestyle elsewhere that they can here. So just remember that about a lot of these people that are, like, so down on the US. They would not fare better elsewhere. Oh, I know. I love self-help books. Like, I love, Serge is posting some interesting stuff. I love that kind of, like, positive mindset books. You know, books about habits, about skills, those kind of things, like, just informative stuff. I prefer, those are, like, my favorite kinds of books. Honest. Oh no, yeah, we can tell, Serge. We can tell. Anyway. Hi, modern gentlemen. Yeah, they were being, the Nation of Islam are Allahu Akbar people. For some reason, Mr. Brinsley was feeling angry. For some reason? Question mark. Brinsley's problems with his mother spilled over into his problem with women. Although he had 2 children out of wedlock, he never married. Why do people live like this? God. How do people wander through life so aimlessly, just dropping kids here and there? Hello, Court. People are dropping their favorite books. Interesting stuff to know about people. I'm still thinking, what's my favorite book? For many years, it was The Acid House by Irvine Welsh, which is a collection of short stories by him. I would say that's like my favorite collection of short stories. Then for a while, it was Gynecology by Mary Daly. But I'm wondering, what is my favorite book? Icarus Fallen says King Lear. Oh, nice. Always the classics with you, my dear. King Lear. That is an interesting one. I have not read Crime and Punishment, you know? I feel like I picked up a Dostoevsky book at one point that I never read and didn't hold on to. But I had read so much that summer, and it was like towards the end of summer, and I just ended up like stashing it, not reading it, or like starting it but not finishing it. I don't think it was Crime and Punishment though. I think it was the Brothers Karamazov or something like that. Yeah, I like nonfiction best, Court. I agree. Dr. Faustus by Christopher Marlowe. Nice, nice. There's just been so many good books, you know, in my life. It's hard to really say. Favorite. I mean, I named a couple favorites. They're like must reads, you know, I would say. The toucans want scritches. He came over and whined at me, but then he went and back laid down for a bit. Top 3. Okay, so I already said The Acid House by Irvine Welsh. I said Gynecology by Mary Daly. I'll throw another one in there. You don't like Irvine Welsh? I think there might be one. No, is that the one with the gay story in it? I think there might be a gay story in it. Or that might be the other, like, there was another book I read by him that had like a weird transsexual storyline. I'm thinking. Maybe I could do a comic like a velvet glove cast in iron by Jan Close. Or sorry, Jan Klaus. He's like, see, I rest my case. You're gay. He's calling me gay. That's not nice. I judged a gay person today. Don't be mean to me. I was homophobic today. Actually, I saw a lot of people in like Pride here. I think the Pride event is happening this weekend. Because when I went out yesterday, I saw some people looking funny, and then today I saw some people looking funny. There was a guy that had a wagon. He was pulling two wagons, and the wagon had like the trans flag on it and another pride flag that I didn't recognize. I only know so many of the flags. There's one I particularly hate that I went and looked it up to be very sure, because it's like the new one I'm seeing everywhere with the like I don't know how to describe it. It's like so it's a pride flag and it's got the black and brown on it, so it's a not racist pride flag. And then it has the, what is it called, chevron going in with the trans flag on it. But then it also has a yellow chevron in it that has a purple circle in the middle. And this is the new inclusive progress pride flag. And this is the one. This is the one that like the university has up and like different businesses. So that's the one I'm like, that like when I see, I'm like, really disturbed by, because it's so ugly. If you like squint your eyes and you see some of the other ones, they're not as like hideous, but you just see that thing and it's like, what? What is this? What is this abomination? I like Orwell too, Icarus Fallen. I loved Homage to Catalonia. That was the book I read by him that was like jarring. It was so beautiful. It's the story of his life when he went to fight in the Spanish Civil War. It's incredible. He talks about like the different communist groups that were there fighting the fascists. I think he was fighting with I don't remember. Oh, it's been too many years for me to remember all the different like groups, but yeah, it's an interesting. The Spanish Civil War is interesting history, and I just didn't know much about it when I read the book, so it was like very intriguing, interesting, and like the fact that so many people just went from other countries to go fight fascism. Yeah, he was in the POUM. You're right about that. The POUM. I mean, it's incredible. When you think about it, these people. I mean, there was a bunch of Americans that went as well. They're called the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. And these were just people who like wanted to help, And you think about that, like nowadays, how many people won't even fight for their own country, but like these people were willing to go and fight for others because they believed, they believed in it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So yeah, Homage to Catalonia was amazing for me. I've read 1984 as well. Animal Farm. I don't think I've read anything else by him. Maybe like an essay or something. The glory of Rome is eternal. Hi, Bevelandia. Yes, I liked The Prince by Machiavelli. Did read that. Oh, excuse me, y'all. What's your favorite? Has anybody into horror? Has anyone like read any good horror? I was I mean, I don't read much nonfiction, but I have read some, and I love classics especially, and I love classic like horrors, like or thrillers, or like I love romantic. English like romanticism, like especially. So yeah, I love any horrors. Or favorite like classic horror book, story, or film. You can put a film. My mom was talking to me about films, and I'm glad she knew about Montgomery Clift, who I've been delving into the canon of and watching his films. I watched Red River that he stars in with John Wayne. It's beautiful, and it's so it's cheesy as well. It's cheesy as well, but it's like just a beautiful film, and it shows like just the like it's like a positive story between like of love between two men, of like love and friendship, which I don't know. I mean, I like when films center around that, like friendship and mentorship and like I don't know, just showing like love, real love. Oh, Goosebumps, yes. I loved I remember my favorite one, I remember was the first one that had the like spooky house on it. I don't feel like, but there were some, I can't remember any particularly, but I did read those as a kid. Yes, the Goosebumps. Hey, Yoda. Yeah, in junior high, I was earning us pizza. I remember one weekend I read for like 9.5 hours. And mind you, this is winter in Alaska. Okay. And I was a millennial, and it was like, I think we had a computer at that time, but I wasn't so more into it than I was reading. So yeah, I was reading up a storm, and we had this like graph on the in the like English classroom, I think. And so you would like mark your hours that you'd read. You would go in and mark your hours read, and I like put that in like one Monday, and this little boy was like, "You didn't read that much." No, 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 no. And I was like, actually, I did. And you're gonna get like, why does he like I don't know what he was thinking, but I was earning us pizza. You would think this little non-reader would be grateful that I was getting us those pizzas. But no, I had to be like accused of fudging my numbers, which I did not do. I did the time. I was reading. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I read like that today, in this era of my life, but there are other duties to attend to. Right. I know, Modern Gentleman. It was so fun reading as a kid. It's fun reading now. I mean, let's be real. It's indulgent, isn't it? There's so many other things we could be doing, but no. I have a book to read. It's so sophisticated. It's like, oh yeah, I'm living the high life. I have enough time to indulge my mind and imagination. But yeah, ironed us many pizzas that winter. But do people remember me fondly? No, probably not. Oh, I'm sorry, Yoda. But it's probably better off to be in sports than to be eating pizza. I still love pizza. I still have it sometimes. You tried to get me to order pizza once when I was talking about going to the pizza window to get a slice. I tell you, I did go there last week, had a slice, and I got like a little meal deal that come with a soda, but they didn't have any diet soda, and I got a real soda. And I drank it, and I will not be doing that again. It wasn't right. I had a cherry Coke. So like next time, if I want to get the meal deal and they don't have the diet soda, I'm just not doing it. I'll just get the slice. Anyway, enough information. Who the hell reads books anymore? I don't know of a high quality person that doesn't read. You need to be reading. And if you're not reading, you need to be listening to books on audio at the very least. He owned a pizzeria. Oh my. I worked at one. Who is Terri Ann? I would say that Terri Ann is a lively, loving, mischievous spirit. Lively, loving, and mischievous. And so many other adjectives. And then none. Because sometimes I'm not those things. Sometimes I'm nothing. But I know there is something internal about me that's seeking to express itself through the vessel I've been given. So I guess that's it, You'll see me on the other side, and then you'll see my true form. Right? Wait and see. Have a wait and see attitude. Ew, not crawfish on pizza. Yuck. Yuck. That's like putting fish on pizza. Although I've had tuna on pizza, and that was good. I might do that again sometime. I used to make pizzas. I don't know why I don't do that anymore. It's much nicer to just get some dough and throw some fresh ingredients together on top of a pizza dough than to get a pre-made pizza, because you can do different things and they almost always come out decent. I've never had one that wasn't good of a pizza that I made like that. So I don't know. Maybe that's something I need to consider if I'm thinking about getting pizza, just doing that instead. I don't know. I've only, I've read Roald Dahl. Yeah. We did read him in different classes I had as growing up. So I've read a couple of his books. Matilda. Cajuns are making all kinds of weird pizza nowadays. This is what I love about America, the fusion food. Like that fusion stuff. It's amazing. Crawfish etouffee pizza. Interesting. Bubblelandia, I'm fine to use the oven. I haven't had, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's difficult getting things out, but it's not. I mean, I use the oven regularly. The oven's like my number one thing I used to cook. I probably use it more than the stovetop. I definitely use it more than the stovetop because I prefer it for cooking things like having an I'll try everything once can lead you to some dark places. I have been thinking about getting an air fryer, though. Does anyone have one of those? What do you think about it? I see people using them, and it seems like it would be more convenient than using the oven, or like use less electricity, and just be like less hassle. Because with the oven, I have to like clean these big pots, or dishes from it that are kind of heavy and like just it's extra work. But with that thing, it's like you just put a wax paper down and put your food on it. I don't know. I don't know. Let me know if you have an air fryer, if you recommend getting one, if it's been a good investment for you. Because just watching people use them, I'm kind of like, I don't know, I think it might be good. Just, for it seems like it would be just less to deal with. Okay, I've been off. We've been talking for long enough. Okay. I want to get through this book tonight. Okay. For some reason, Mr. Brinsley was feeling angry. Brinsley's, okay, this is where I got off. Okay, sorry. Although he had 2 children out of wedlock, he never married. He had reportedly threatened to kill one woman and tried to punch out a Waffle House employee who asked him to leave. He began the final day of his life, December 20th, 2014, by shooting a woman in Baltimore who had rejected him. That is so frightening. Modern gentleman. I love making casseroles. Casseroles are amazing. It's so simple, and you get like everything you need right there. One dish, one beautiful meal. It's warm. It's like it sticks to your guts. I'd like to, what I'd like to do though? I'd like to make more, I don't know. More complex things, I suppose, but I just don't have the time. Ugh. Icarus Ballin has one that he uses and says it's good. This is the air fryer. Cook pizza on 650. Hey, baby. I mean, that makes sense because, when you're using a traditional pizza oven, it's so hot. Like, if you've ever worked in a place with a brick pizza oven, I have, like, it heats up it heats up slowly, but the heat is just so intense, and all around. It's just, I would imagine putting the home oven at a higher temperature would be a good idea. Hey, honey, stop digging your claws in me. Stop. Okay, you want to get up on me here. Hold up. No. Wait. No. Come on. Let me put my leg down and now you can get up. Come on, get on my lap. You want up here? Come on. You can do it. You can do it, needy boy. Don't pretend like you don't want this lap. Come on. Yeah, that's right. Come on. Do it. Yeah. That's how you get up on somebody nicely. How you doing? Okay, we're gonna have a cat interlude here. Intentionally in ketosis. Oh my. I am not. I've probably been a bit indulgent this weekend. I tried a new restaurant yesterday. I'm glad I did, actually. It's in the neighborhood. I'd never been before, but I was kind of curious about it. And then my friend was over here and we were like talking about getting something to eat, and it popped in my mind. So I went and looked it up and they had a happy hour, and I was like, hey, they got happy hour. Let's go here, And it was like a Hawaiian fusion place. So it was American food, but, done with like a Hawaiian twist. And I got a mocktail and really a very good sandwich. And the fries were good on the side. And yeah. Got some cheesecake as well. The cheesecake was definitely it. So I'm glad to know there's a place that has like really decent cheesecake and like a lot of different flavors. Because I love cheesecake. So it'd be nice to know I can go treat myself when I have that little cheesecake hankering. And I don't have to go too far. And yeah, the people watching was like really good. And yeah, the place, they were showing like 90s music videos. So when we first started watching and noticing them, it was like Will Smith's Getting Jiggy With It video. Na 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 na. Oh Lord. And then what else played that I can remember? They had Boys to Men. I don't remember which video it was though. And they had Paula Abdul. The one where she's like, that Keanu Reeves is in. I didn't even know. Like, I hadn't seen it before. I guess my friend knew the song, but I didn't. But it's like a video with Keanu Reeves. Anyway, yeah, they had a George Michael's Freedom. And so I was like naming all the models that I remembered, but I couldn't remember one of them's names, and it was Cindy Crawford. I was like, oh yeah, there's Linda Evangelista, Naomi Campbell, and I don't know the male model in that video's name. Does anyone know the male model that was in that music video? So I was like, oh, it's interesting. I think Stephanie Seymour was in it as well. Am I missing anyone? Let me know. But yeah, and then what other music video was there that I remembered? There was like a Marky Mark video, which was, it looked so stupid. Blink 182, I think All the Small Things. Maybe, I don't know, but I think it's that one where they're like parodying all the other people's music videos. Oh, you might have some nice Turkish food. I like Turkish food. Did you get Turkish coffee? There's a nice like Turkish candy shop and chocolatier near me that I've been going to, and I got some friends on. So like anytime they're in the neighborhood, they go and get some goodies. Like they have really nice chocolates, and they have Turkish delight that is so much better than any Turkish delight I've had in my life. Because I think I've just never really had it fresh. I always had it imported, and so it's like old and dried out a bit, you know. But this stuff is like soft, and oh, it's so good. Yeah, Santino, I love crock pot too. I love the crock pot. The crock pot is great, especially for like making. I love making meat in it, like roast meats or like pulled meats. You know, just it's so simple, and then you get like you can shred it up real easy, so it's good for that kind of thing. And I really don't know. I guess I could learn. Maybe I should learn. But it helps make meat a lot easier to cook with, and then also it's good for making soups sometimes. Or I like to make desserts in the crock pot. Have you ever made like crock pot cobblers, or like make oh god like oats in the crock pot? So good. Yes, pistachio, Turkish delight. Oh, they have a rose one that is just divine. I love rose flavored things. It's yeah, pot roast. Hey baby, okay. Look at all that nice fur we got up off of him. He's looking so sleek and shiny now. Oh my god. I never like got into the Instapot thing, but yeah, I'm thinking maybe an air fryer would be good because I don't have a microwave. I don't use one of those. Mm. So I think it would be a nice thing to have just for doing simple things. So anyway, thanks for your input about this, guys, and I've loved hearing about your wives cooking. Okay, question. Maybe this is like too far. Maybe I'm getting too far off topic, but how do you cook bacon? How do you like to cook bacon? When you make bacon, how do you fry it up? How do you fry it? Do you bake it? Because that's what I do. I bake it. Icarus Fallen grills it. Okay. Oh, modern gentlemen, don't talk about your BMs. We don't do that at this channel. You bake it on parchment paper. Okay. I love corned beef hash. Oh my god, so good. Look at you. You're so baby. Look at you. Oh, look how sweet he is. Oh my god. You just sucking it all up. You love this attention. Oh, he loved getting that brush. He loves this comb. This comb is like the thing for him. I'm sorry, I must have missed something. If somebody was like doubting you, I'm sorry. Slow fried, okay. Slow fried on a flat top, okay. I like to bake it on a sheet pan. bake it, drain all the grease into like a little container for cooking with later. Air fryers are dangerous. You will end up with a French fry addiction. No, but I'm okay to eat potatoes. I don't think it would be really cool to like have that because it would be simple to make French fries out of potatoes. Like I could very easily just do it myself. That would be like a real treat to have. And then to know it's not like fried in grease. You know, it would be a good starch for me to have. It'd be healthy. So I don't know. Because I don't, like I said, I don't, for my eating habits, I don't restrict anything. So like, I'm not worried about like the carb or like calorie content of like potatoes, as long as I, eat them, as long as it's, it's a perfectly fine starch to have as with my like meal of the day. You know what I mean? Perfectly healthy, normal thing to have. It's a plant. It's delicious. Yeah, I love olive oil. I mean, I don't use it that much, though. Not as much as I could. But I mean, I do like it. I do use it when it's relevant. Oh, modern gentlemen, don't yuck my yum. Don't yuck my yum. Don't come for my potatoes. Don't come for my potatoes. Don't come for my root vegetables. Do not come for my carrots. Don't come for my yams. Definitely do not come for my potatoes. And not my bread. Oh, no more fats and oils for my little beta heart. All right. Oh. Why did you say that, Yoda? It's just the truth. Leave my rice and gravy alone, too. Oh, Lord. Okay. Well, we're having an interlude. Don't come for my yams. Oops, I said it again. Icarus Fallen is a cook. French classics and traditional English food. We have a real Englishman in the chat, y'all. My yams are my yams. Olive oil or vegetable oil. Oh my, olive oil. Olive oil is good. I mean, it's a good product to have in your home, period. It's a good beauty product. It's good for your skin. When I get sunburns, I use olive oil. Like I don't get sunburns often, but I did manage to get a sunburn this spring on my ankle. Like I think I was wearing like slip-ons with no socks, and my ankle was exposed in the sun for a bit because me and my friends were just sunbathing because the sun was finally out and we're from Portland. So we needed to like get as much of it as possible. So yeah, but I did get a little sunburned on my ankle. So I treated it with olive oil and it works. You know, if you don't have like any aloe vera, it's something that a lot of people have in the home. So if you're feeling like irritation from burning, like especially like a sunburn, just saying. Dang, modern gentleman. Modern gentleman coming for the vegetable oil. But what am I supposed to fry my fish in if not vegetable oil? Court is talking about, he says the crawfish capital of the world is Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. I can't with y'all Cajuns. Do you know the song Cajun Twisters by Adam Ant? It's on the album Friend or Foe. One of my favorite albums, by the way. One of my favorite just people, Adam Ant. Love him. Love him, love him, love him. But yeah, Friend or Foe is incredible. But yeah, there's a song called Cajun Twisters on it. Just thought of. People come to Cajun country for the people and stay for the great food. They don't want to leave neither. Those charming swamp people. Yeah, I know that we should avoid the seed oils. And yeah, I agree. Opting for olive or avocado oil is better. I prefer olive. I like to eat olives and avocados as well. But honestly, my favorite fat to cook with and use is butter. I just use butter for most things. I think that's best. Point Fire says, Terri, go on a 2-month swimming boot camp. Commit yourself and meet some nice gentlemen. Restart something you enjoy doing. Not a bad idea. Matthew says, just use butter. Everything else is gay. I mean, I agree. Oh, I have a package. Did I order something? I did order something. Nice. But I like the suggestion, Point Fire. I'm gonna smoke on it. It's not a bad suggestion. I have a friend who's recently started doing tennis, and it's been a good way for her to like meet new people. So yeah, I would like to do something like that, or at least give it a try. I just worry that it might be so grueling for me physically. But I mean, if I just have to will myself into it. I'm gonna have to get a bathing suit though, because I don't have one that fits. I haven't gone swimming since I lost weight, so like my last bathing suit's like way too big. You know what? I might have, well, I don't know. I have to find a bathing suit. Oh, shopping for a bathing suit would be good. What kind of bathing suit should I get? Should I get something cute and like kind of retro? Like, what's a good bathing suit? Like, I like it. I like a good like high waisted bikini. You know, one that comes up kind of like high. I'm thinking something like that. You know, or maybe because there's benefits to both. The one piece, but you know, I haven't had a one piece in a while. You know, I feel like the last couple of bathing suits I've had were like bikinis, not like teeny weeny bikinis, okay, but they were like, you know, two pieces. Let's just say two pieces as opposed to one pieces. So the benefit of that is that it's actually kind of, there's something easier to deal with the fabric and getting it off quickly and putting it on. It's a little bit easier. I'll get back to reading Santino. We've gotten off topic just because my cat came up and wanted to sit in my lap for a while. He needed some attention. So we kind of have just been chatting, but I will get back to it. We haven't finished the chapter Race 4, so we're still detailing it. But yeah, I do want to get back on it. So. Oh, they make waterproof headphones. I don't want to deal with that. That's crazy. I don't. That's too much. That's doing too much. I don't want to be messing with some waterproof headphones. My food improves every time my wife wins at tennis. Nice. Okay. She plays tennis. I mean, it's good. It's a good. It's nice to have something recreational to do. I do wonder what it'd be like for my body in the water, though. It might be kind of freeing. I just worry about getting in and out safely, you know? Maybe I should ask somebody to like go with me. But who should I ask? Yeah, I do like the skirt bottoms. I do like that as well. And yeah, coverage down there is definitely important to me as well. Some of these bathing suits are ridiculous. Like, I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know what kind of gal they think we are, or what kind of gal they're trying to make us be. But I like to have a full coverage of that area. You know, I don't want anything hanging out. I don't think it's cute to be cheeky. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not comfortable either. It's not comfortable, especially like if you have any kind of, you know, shape to certain areas. Anyway, there's fashion is cruel to women sometimes, you know, and yeah, so here I'm thinking, I'm like, automatically, we're talking about going swimming, and I'm thinking, first thing, what am I going to wear? This is where my mind goes. I got to have my outfit right. No, Matthew, I will not do that. I do not want people, I'm unsure about meeting someone at the gym. You know, it's not exactly, or at a pool. I don't know if that it's but I mean, you can meet people anywhere. whatever. Buy three swimsuits and chat will critique. Oh, and then I could model them. Wouldn't that be fun? Go to the YMCA. I know that's where the old people go. You're right. If I want to find, an older gentleman, I'll go to the YMCA. You're right. That's where all the retirees go. You're right. I need to get a retro design too, so that you remind them of the first girl they ever saw in a swimsuit in their youth. I got you, Yoda. He says the smart people go there. Okay. Yes. Older people are smart. I mean, I know an older gentleman that was, courting me for a bit who goes to the YMCA. He works out I don't know. I don't remember how many times a week, but he goes there most days, works out, meets up with networks with his other, old sophisticated retiree buddies. So you're right. You're right. I'm not making excuses, Point Fire. You're so bossy. That you're right, Bubblelandia. Swim aerobics. That would be fun. I agree. Yeah, I think I want a one piece, but I could get a couple. I should probably get a couple. I don't know that the Y is closest, though. It might be better for me to go to the university. I mean, smart people are at the university too. And I think theirs is accessible from what I understand. I think that's where Richard used to go, actually, the gentleman that I knew who passed away recently. He went swimming before he got cancer. And I think it was the university pool. So I'm thinking there, or maybe I might join the gym again that I used to belong to years ago. Just because it's just down the street. So I've got options. There used to be a Y though down here. I think they moved it out. So I don't think the Y is the most feasible option. And with something like this, adding a new routine, I have to make it something that is not difficult for me to do. Because the more difficult it is, the less likely I am to do it. Just in all honesty. They're definitely not smart people. You don't know that necessarily. Yeah, I have to find, it's whatever one is most accommodating. I know the gym has a lift thing that you can get into, and then it'll drop you in the pool basically. But I'm how does it work getting out? And am I going to have the physical strength to pull myself in and out of the water with this thing? How does it work? It's also confusing. I just don't know. I'm but I might as well figure it out now. It's something, I have to know. I'm new to this life. I mean, I don't want to say I'm new to it. I have been dealing with physical challenges for a long time, but needing things to be fully accessible is a newer experience. So I do need to figure out how to do this stuff. Just stay away from the one studying political science. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, in the water I'll be good, but like coming out, and I worry about the strength in my arms and legs because closet commies. I'd have a lot to talk with those people about, and because I know how they think, I'd be more able to maybe get them to question what they believe because I know how to speak to them in their language. I know how to plant seeds in people who think like that. Really, Icarus Fallen. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Maybe joining the gym again would be a good investment. I wonder. We'll see. We'll see what I do. But yeah, I would like to get more. I want to do something cardiovascular. So this would be a good thing to do for myself. Figuring out this. It's exciting. Thank you for the suggestion, Point Fire. Okay, Nero has left my lap. Our time of cuddling has ended. No, my cartilage is effed. I have rheumatoid arthritis, so there's a lot of damage in the soft cartilage and other parts of my joint, some of my joints, and so that's what I'm dealing with physically is issues with that. Shut up, Yoda. Maybe one day I will walk again, and it'll be beautiful. I do miss it. I do feel like it's, the longer it continues, the more weird it feels, like remembering walking and missing it, wanting kind of the musculature to move in that way. So yeah, I do think this swimming thing is going to be positive for me. I think it'll be very good, especially for those muscles that I've been kind of worried about, like in my back and my legs, I mean, I do some exercise at home, but I can only do so much. So anyway, a little salt water and sun. Yeah, just throw me in the ocean. Don't be planting seeds. Leave that to the men's. No, Matthew. I will not. I shall not and will not miss an opportunity to plant a seed of truth into somebody in the hopes that it will one day grow into some real, fruit in their life. So no, I'm not going to leave that to the men. Heathen girl. I just, I mean, if I come across somebody talking mess, I am not just gonna pretend that I agree with what they're saying. If I don't have to, we're talking about especially I'm good at being diplomatic and stuff, but in that kind of environment where people are, the only downside though about doing the university thing is I know it's going to be very trans inclusive there. And I wonder about that. I mean, every place in town will be, but they'll be pushing that extra. And so I wonder how am I going to deal with that in the private facilities? What's the gender delineation of those facilities. Something to think about. Indeed. Thank you, Yoda. I would be much better behind a man, of course. Well, because it would maximize my energy. I totally see that. Like being directed by the right man, like would help me really, I think, have the best impact in the world. But it has to be like the chemistry has to be right between us to make that kind of thing work. I hate that this is an issue in the modern world. What is an issue in the modern world? Yes, Mina has a bit of a, I don't know, that was interesting. Indeed, modern gentlemen. Well, I'm not the kind of person to compromise someone, but like, I'm able to be diplomatic while speaking the truth and not revealing too much about what I think. But I'm good at navigating that, you know, with people in the real world. Like, I'm good at disagreeing with what someone is saying without like inflaming the situation. I like to agree, you know, be agreeable, but then add to what they're saying or give them a disagreement that maybe they weren't looking for. You know, I'm good at pointing out other angles they maybe had not considered before that, you know, I'm not, you know, I'm good at not inflaming people, but making them think, you know, when I talk to people, you know. So I'm sophisticated in my communication skills. I'm good at like reading people's energy and working with them, you know. I do have this ability. I know, like some people will be like, "How do you understand like what Maze is saying?" or like that. I'm just like, "What?" Just like get on someone else's energy and try to like, you know, listen. Just listen openly, suspend judgment, and just try to take in what the other person is saying. Right. Yeah. And that's something I want to deal with. I don't want to see some guys pecker in the ladies. Now, I haven't seen it before. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't encountered it. And, you know, generally, when I've been in locker room situations, I've always just kept my eye on myself. You know, there are people in various stages of undress, and I'm doing it too. So I just mind my business. But like, it would just be uncomfortable. So it makes me like think, you know, am I gonna end up being one of these ladies that goes into a private bathroom stall and changes? Which maybe I should do anyway, because you know, I probably would be best with all that I have going on. But I don't know. It's a lot to consider. I know Modern Gentleman, and it's like, it's very ridiculous, honestly. Thank God for like women like Riley Gaines. Like she's been so brave. There's other women that have. So I mean, I this stuff ticked me off so bad. I was so angry about this stuff for years because it's not just like sports. It's so many institutions, like bathrooms. Having like this, making bathrooms for women, taking women's bathrooms and making them mixed sex is a direct violation, and changing rooms and all this other stuff. It's direct violation of our, freedom of like movement in the world. It greatly restricts our freedom if we're going to end up in a situation where women don't have that level of privacy and safety, quite frankly. So it's just, it's pretty, it takes you off, it sets off the angry feminist in me, or it did. I don't have the energy for it anymore, but I still don't agree with it. It's wrong. At the end of the day, I don't need to be ticked off about it because it's wrong. I know it's wrong. It's enough to see that it's wrong. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, before women had these spaces, we couldn't participate in the economy like we do now. Feminists, the first wave of feminism, a lot of it centered around things like this, creating facilities for women so that we could be in public. Having a bathroom to use greatly freed up women to work, quite frankly. So, I mean, it's a great restricting of our freedom. And you have to think, like, in the future, what reverberation is this going to have for women? Like, if this continues. I don't think it can continue, though, because it's so obviously twisted what's going on that I think there's going to be a strong reaction culturally, a big shift culturally against this. I mean, there's already building, but I think a lot of people are going to start to wake up to the, from the delusion and stop, going along to get along, especially about this issue. Because it's just so, I mean, but I've believed that for many years. Yeah, that's a good idea, Point Fire. I used a co-ed bathroom recently too, but there was a security guard in there. But I mean, there's just so many. Let's talk about like middle school. Like, let's talk about public facilities that the taxpayer is paying for. Like, let's talk about like schools, for example. Think about when your little girl is first getting her period. All right, in middle school. Let's just say that age, because that's when I started. That's when most of my friends started. All right, around that age, pre-teenhood. You don't want boys in there. It's just, it's such an uncomfortable situation. And then there's just other situations, and like you have to understand, a lot of these guys are perverts. Like, they're enacting a sexual fetish. It's not, there's multiple things going on. Yes, they may have some sort of like physical aversion to their own body, but that is on top of other perversions that they have, other fixations with women. A lot of them, are attracted to women. And the ones that aren't, I mean, it doesn't even matter. what does that even mean? Attract, because like it doesn't matter. We pretend that like a man being gay doesn't means he's not a threat to women. It doesn't. Gay men do commit acts of violence against women. They do commit like sexual crimes against women. Gay is just something people are doing. It's not an identity. It's not who they really are. So when you understand that, like, you just have to like understand the physical threat that, and not just physical threat, but like physical advantage, which it makes in and of itself a threat. If there is like an altercation of any kind, it's a mess. It's a mess. So, but I like this idea. Not a bad idea. So I'm gonna have to get some clothes, y'all. Drop me, if you want to see this happen, I suggest sending a super chat to help me with the purchasing of my new swimwear, because I'm gonna need a sweatsuit and a couple of new bathing suits, y'all. So if you want to see it happen, hey, help a girl out. All right. I mean, I think, there was something that was said on the Hague report recently. He had Krishan the Don on to talk about a video he did in the previous year. But I remember him talking about how, it's this idea of it being an identity for people, and whether it's something people are born as or something that like people choose. And he's like, I think it's more something that people are twisted into, which I think, for me in my life, that's definitely what happened. It was definitely something that kind of I was twisted into thinking was good. And when I did identify that way, like I wasn't of the born this way ideology or camp. Like, I didn't believe that it was an inherent quality. I knew it was a choice, or I thought of it as a choice. So maybe that for me helped me kind of stepping back and kind of coming out of the illusion of it, because I already knew, or I already had that belief, I should say, that it was a choice. So maybe because of that, it was easier for me to step away and kind of like critically look at myself. And I definitely, because of that difference, it was definitely like a challenge for me ever integrating myself into the community, especially when it comes to lesbians specifically are held together by political, I would say like not all, but mainly the political holds the lesbian community together. So they're like the wokest of the woke, and ultra sensitive, ultra mama spirit, but also very, you can't really be in a relationship with someone who thinks differently than you. And if there is a political disagreement, that's a problem. It's a problem towards maintaining a relationship. Or even forming a bond or a connection. Maybe a bit, modern gentleman. I don't know. Maybe a bit. Maybe I don't know. It's an interesting thing to ponder. Did I know it was wrong? Sometimes, maybe. But I think also I had like really extreme, like radical feminist, like trans exclusionary beliefs, and that kind of is a no. That's also a no. You know, you can't be transphobic in any way. You have to be totally comfortable with these men identifying as women, identifying as lesbians, you know, all that stuff. So that, I think that was another kind of thing that just helps me not integrate, you know. So I did, knowing that a lot of people, I knew fundamentally that a lot of, I could never dip myself or throw myself into that community just like openly, because I, you know, came into it from like a very extreme political, radical feminist framework. So I just didn't fit in. You know, those politics are like not cool. But anyway, I'm great. I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't get so sucked in that like I don't want to say I escaped like without baggage, but I'm glad I didn't get so sucked in that um, I don't know, incurred more hurt, I guess, on myself or for anyone else, you know. I maybe broke a heart or two, but like I don't know. I've broken some hearts in my life, but they all deserved it, you know. So anyway, point fired. Yeah, Modern Gentleman. I mean, it took me a while to pull away from it. It really took me kind of like just seeking God. You know, like when I started, even when I first started attending church again, I was still like thinking that, you know, I could have some kind of like, I don't know what I was thinking. But I'm just, yeah, I'm glad it's like been rooted out of me, like as you know, as much as it I think it can be. I see why it's wrong now, you know. I see why. And I think, you know, it's I do find myself eating at Taco Bell sometimes. I love that Crunchwrap Supreme. That thing is good. And then they had that new like please don't make AIDS jokes. I don't like AIDS jokes. Please don't make those. Yeah, Modern Gentleman, I think it was just, it's hard to like drop your ego, you know, all at once. Sometimes you have to drop it in pieces. You have to let little pieces of it go at a time, you know, as you're ready to like embrace more truth. Hi, Fred. Fred is here too. Yeah. Well, I had like they had some sort of lineup I had. I had like this chicken quesadilla from them, I think the last time I had Taco Bell. It was good. Yeah, I never really felt accepted or important. Maybe a little important. Definitely felt special. Yeah, I've had loved ones die of AIDS. I just, yeah. I don't. There are people close that have died from that, so it's just not. I don't like it. That's all I'm saying. It's sensitive. Sensitive topic. That's all. Nice to see you, Fred. Hope you're having a good evening. We've been off. We've been talking about all kinds of mess. Shall we get back to JLP and get this book finished? Who's ready? Who's ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? Yeah, modern gentleman. I don't like people contributing to the stigma around it. That's all, you know. That's all. Okay. Okay. So yeah, he shot a woman in Baltimore who rejected him. After wounding her, he called his mother Shakura Dog from a bus on the way to New York. It's a wrap, he told her. I already know it's a wrap. Dobb was half afraid he was coming for her. He wasn't. The civil rights leadership and the media had given him a more heroic outlet for his wrath. In New York City, the New York City police, a few days before the shooting, marchers in New York were chanting, "What do we want? Dead cops. When do we want it? Now, God." That is awful. That, like, really, what? Like, oh God, these people. Enraged by the lies the media were spinning and inspired by the protests, Brinsley posted on Instagram, "I'm putting wings on pigs today. They take one of ours, let's take two of theirs." Brinsley surfaced in Brooklyn, saw a couple of cops sitting in a patrol car and opened fire. He killed them both. One was Hispanic, one was Asian American. Brinsley had failed at many things in his life. On this last day, he failed to even kill a white man. That's a funny way of putting it. Before the police could apprehend him, he took his own life. Wow. Although the median age for murder is less than 25, Brinsley was 28 when he killed the New York cops. Nolan was 30 when he attacked his coworkers. Ferguson, Thornton, and Dorner were all in their early 30s as well when they launched their assaults. Muhammad was in his late 30s. I can tell you from my own experience that there is something about approaching 30 that makes a young man reassess his life. By this time, a man should have arrived or at least be on the way to his destination. He is not a child anymore, but these men were all children. They all had blown relationships with women. They all had lost jobs. They had all failed to master their anger and grow up. None of this set them apart from white mass murderers. What set them apart was that they had someone to blame other than themselves. And that someone was the white man, or in several cases, the white woman. Blame they did, and when they moved from blame to revenge, there was always someone, starting with their moms and ending with alchemists like Sharpton or Farrakhan, ready to reassure them that they were right to do so. Racist anger, black or white, infantilizes anyone who harbors it. Indeed. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. God changed my heart, and I was blessed to be able to let go and forgive. They were not. I chose to look within. They chose to look without. But their anger clouded their vision. After the NYPD shooting, the civil rights leaders made a show of disowning Brinsley, but many of their followers took to social media to congratulate him. According to one blogger, Brinsley was a hero, an African freedom fighter. What? Who selflessly gave his life to honor his black brothers. This guy kills a woman, or I don't know if he killed her, he shot her. Let me look this up. Yeah, okay, so he runs into a woman at a bus stop, makes an advance on her, she rejects him, he shoots her, then he takes the bus to New York City, shoots 2 cops, one Asian American, one Hispanic, then kills himself. But he was a hero. What? This is what angry people's minds, they like rationalize and make heroes of like the worst people. In the streets of Ferguson, protesters honored the deaths of the 2 police officers with a hateful chant. Pigs in a blanket smell like bacon. This was beginning to look an awful lot like a race war. As I write, new evidence of an impending race war begins to surface. In Ferguson, Missouri, 20-year-old Jeffrey Williams confessed to shooting 2 police officers. Within days, however, Williams's attorney was saying that Williams only confessed after being beaten by the police and that he never fired a weapon. Not knowing how to handle so explosive a case, the media did their best to bury it. Details about Williams's life were as sketchy as those about Brinsley's. I mean, these are just individual cases of like black killers. But it is interesting that like watch after Terry Dunn, you'll see. Is he talking about, are you talking about the pot you were smoking? Yeah. Court posted a video of himself smoking a pot today. But maybe he's referring to something else. Oh my. As I write, new evidence of an impending race war begins to surface. In Ferguson, Missouri, I already read that. In New Orleans, a black man named Richard White attacked 2 airport TSA agents with a machete before being shot by a female sheriff's deputy. White brought to the airport a bag containing 6 Molotov cocktails. Authorities were quick to write White off as troubled, a line the media accepted without questioning, but no one seemed too eager to find out what troubled him. In Boston, career criminal Angelo West shot Boston police officer John Moynihan in the face after being pulled over on a traffic stop. West was subsequently killed in a shootout with the police. The neighbors weren't happy. A menacing crowd of them surrounded the crime scene, chanting, "Hands up, don't shoot," and "Ferguson, Ferguson." 2 years earlier, Barack Obama had awarded Moynihan the nation's top cop award. Wow, that's sad. At a White House ceremony for his heroic effort to save another cop's life after the Boston bombing. He had nothing to say about the shooting. This is where we are now. One of the cops on the scene said, everyone has their own reality, their own facts. The truth of the situation doesn't matter. In Illinois, cousins Hassan and Jonas Edmonds were caught plotting to attack the Joliet Armory and kill the soldiers within. Jonas was a loser. He never graduated from high school and served 5 years for armed robbery. Hassan, on the other hand, did graduate from high school and served in the National Guard for 4 years before being arrested. Little was revealed about Hassan's family background, other than that his father was imprisoned for sexual assault when Hassan was still a child. That can do it. Like many of the others, the cousins attempted to legitimize their contempt for white America by becoming Muslims and would-be quote-unquote freedom fighters. Hassan and Jonas had been sending messages to an undercover FBI agent sharing his desire to bring the flames of war to the heart of America and to cause as much damage and mayhem as possible. Y'all going off in the chat? Oh my. I know, modern gentlemen, it is disappointing. I mean, yeah, that's a big part of it, you know. A lot of the times, people just don't want to. They want to live on the street. They're more comfortable where they are than getting uncomfortable. The uncomfortable that it would take them to get out of that life. You know, they're not ready. But the longer they stay out there, the more unready they're going to be, you know? So, I mean, I remember there was a homeless young woman I met a couple years ago. She came into the coffee shop that my friend worked at. Well, let me do it this way. And I would run into her periodically and talk with her. I bought her coffee sometimes. I think I gave her like $10 once. She's a sad case, you know, and she was not on drugs. And so she's been housed now. So thank God, so I would just encourage her, when she would be like worried about certain things, I'd kind of just like rationally talk her through like, hey, you're seeing it this way, but there's this other possibility. And thank God she's, housed and in a much better situation and learning how to live a more normal life. Because, where she came from wasn't normal. She didn't have normal parents, So anyway, long story short, why did I bring her up? I'm just saying, like, if people want to get out of that life, there's options. At least here, there's options, There's a lot of services people can get plugged into and ways they can turn their life around. But, if they don't want, a lot of them don't want to. A lot of them want to be on drugs. And that's what it comes down to. They don't want to, like, be functional. Anyway, let's get back to the reading. Hassan and Jonas had been sending messages to an undercover FBI agent sharing his desire to bring the flames of war to the heart of America and to cause as much damage and mayhem as possible. These flames burn brighter every day. In Baltimore in late April 2015, the flames exploded. The excuse given for the sacking and burning of the city was the unexplained death of a poor soul named Freddie Gray while in police custody. Gray had lived a stereotypically fatherless life in inner city Baltimore with a heroin-addicted mother who never went to high school. Gray had all the problems that kind of life entails, including mother issues. I used to end up in my mother's bed, Gray said in a deposition for a lead paint case. She always used to say, like I used to sleep with her. She used to call me the mama's boy. By the time of his death at age 25, he had already been arrested 18 times. Jeez. Including 4 times in the previous 4 months for assault, property destruction, burglary, and drugs, the staple of his arrest record. Yikes. What? Fred is asking me, you want me to put you in business? I don't know what you mean. What kind of business are you talking about? I don't know what that means, Fred. Forex on the back end. It sounds it sounds like something I don't know. I don't have the energy for that. You need a lot of like energy to be in that game, and I just don't have that kind of energy. You know, I'm too chill. I know it is a good deal. I'm thinking like I have thought about like maybe it would be nice if I had like a business making my own edibles, you know, something like that. If I started a company doing that. And I wonder about the legality of it and like it'd be nice. Like I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if but there's like pretty strong regulations on that. I'd have to get some licenses, but it would be interesting. But why I don't see why I would get into that business when it's legal here, you know? People can go to the shop and get it. Like I don't know why they would come to me. Tinctures and creams. I don't know. Well, this is interesting talk that we've delved into, but I think that's right, Court. That's a good idea. Because they can't get this at that price. I mean, I guess, but it seems like it's too much work. Selling, I'm not cut out for that. I'm not cut out for that. It's too much work. Why don't you do it and then like give me the money? I don't understand. Why are men always trying to put me to work? I'm getting sick of it. Don't come here and try to put me to work. But hey, maybe if situations change, I will keep it in mind. you know. Well, this is interesting chat. Like, I don't know. All right, Fred. Oh, I mean, that's good to know. It is true. No, I had a vanilla cardamom cold brew from the Nordstrom Cafe and a delicious muffin after church. We didn't have any fellowship time after church. There was a picnic going on, but I don't know. The weather was kind of nicer today. I thought it was going to be even hotter. It might not have been a bad idea for me to go, but I opted not to go to the picnic. So after church was over, I just went home. Or no, I went to the cafe. Went to the cafe, got my iced coffee, got my little muffin, wheeled home, got on the JLP chat, fed the cat, because the church was still going when I got home. So I plugged in and was chatting there for a little bit. But yeah. I know he said he likes boba. I remember saying I was going to go get a bubble tea, and he was like, boba. And I was like, well, I wasn't getting boba. I was getting the popping bubbles. Because I got sparkling iced tea with popping bubbles. I have to get through this book. We're at 3 hours, y'all, and I should be well read beyond it, but y'all have just been too chatty. I do have some swimsuits to research. I go, it's Freddie at church. Or Freddie mean mugs him. Which I find hilarious. Like, just envisioning it in my mind. Freddie sitting there, being on his phone in the chat, talking smack, mean mugging, waiting for Hick to notice it and look over at him. It's funny. It's humorous to imagine in my mind. It's hilarious. I love how Freddie trolls them. Freddie's trolling in real life. He's on that Pharaoh kick. I'm sure he refuses to make eye contact with most people. Hoping. Anyway. But Nick showed up in Freddie's stream and said they were going to hang out sometime and go out clubbing, which is humorous to imagine as well. So I'm hoping that happens. Aw, yeah. Anyway, let's move on. At the time of Gray's death, Baltimore had a black mayor, a black police chief, a majority black city council, and a police force less than half white. All the excuses used in Ferguson were out the window. That did not stop the alchemists from blaming everyone but themselves. I think there are police departments that have to do some soul searching, said Barack Obama. I think there's some communities that have to do some soul searching. But I think we as a country have to do some soul searching. This is not new. It's been going on for decades. What has been going on for decades is the refusal of most Black people to do any soul searching. All Obama did with his comments was create an environment for Blacks to blame police. These were code words for racism is real, and the problem is the white man. All that the Baltimore State's attorneys did by indicting 6 police officers, 3 of them Black, was to confirm that Black people's problems are someone else's fault. In truth, nothing is going to change for the people in Baltimore, the people of America, until they take responsibility for their own lives. So that was chapter 21, called Race War. We have 2 more chapters, which are not long. It's about 12 pages. So what do you think? You think we can do it tonight? If we can't, oh well, but I'm going for it, guys. 22, Prodigal Sons. Here's a challenge for you. Go to Google Images and put in the name Eminem. Now try to find a picture of him doing something other than scowling at the camera. That scowl is almost universal in inner cities. You see it on men and women, boys and girls. As Eminem proves, it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with anger. By this time, the pattern should be clear. The abandonment of a child by his father creates a void in that child's life that he will almost always fill in a negative way, and you can see it in his face. Eminem is a millionaire many times over. He has all the women, all the cars, all the homes he could possibly want, but he has never learned to forgive. He knows he should let bygones be bygones, as he raps in one song, but he does not know how. When I see him with his eternal scowl, I see beyond the authentic contempt for society to an empty heart within. I see myself as a young man. I see my son as a young man. I see the future of Black America and maybe white and Hispanic America as well, unless we can turn the hearts of our children back to their fathers. That is one relationship in life that brings freedom and every other good thing. My broken relationship with my father negatively affected my whole life. Once the relationship was restored, my life was restored. The same is true for all men, Black and white, yellow and brown. They have to understand their role in life and the family, and they have to turn back to God because they represent Christ on earth. Their role is to be the spiritual head of the family. Their love has to speak the truth. Love is patient. Love is kind. The Apostle Paul told the Corinthians, It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. To the point, love is simply not hating. If men love like this, their wives and children will be richly blessed. It is not easy, but it is possible for those deprived of that love as children to experience it as adults. Mothers have a role to play here. A woman needs to ask herself what responsibility she bears for driving her man away. Does she remind him of his mother? Is she mimicking that behavior? If the child's father does leave, She needs to remind her children that the father who left the home did not leave them because of them. The kids need to know that their father loves them and wants to reconnect with them. Unfortunately, it is the rare single mother who is strong enough to share that message with her children. Too many such mothers would rather hurt the baby daddy than help the baby. I learned a lot about this through experience. When the mother of my son married and moved to Brooklyn, she and her new husband left my son behind with his grandmother in Alabama. Once I had settled into life in Los Angeles, I returned to Alabama and brought my son out to live with me. That went well until I made the mistake of believing my son's mother when she told me that she just wanted him, then 5 years old, to come visit her. She was lying. She intended all along to keep my son with her in New York. I hired a lawyer, but we quickly saw how powerless I was to fight back. The official records had her name all over them, and the courts backed her. My son's departure left a huge hole in my heart. I would call often to tell him I loved him, but I was fighting the poison his mother injected into his soul. She led him to believe that I abandoned him, that I did not care about him, that I did not love him. It will not surprise you to know that he grew up angry and unfocused. If my boy had been with me many years later after God had changed my life, I would have been better prepared to show him the way out of the purgatory where he dwelled. Although it hurt, I had to let him go once more. We were two wounded souls. He went back to New York and repeated many of the mistakes I had made, including eventually fathering a child out of wedlock. Some years after he left, I found my way out of the darkness. In the light, I could understand his behavior and mine much more clearly. What happened to him, I saw had happened to me. I learned patience. At 18, he decided to come live with me in Los Angeles. This had less to do with any affection he felt for me than it did his frustration with his mother and the life he was living in Brooklyn. I lived in Brooklyn. Small memories, but good ones. Good ones. From the day he arrived, he communicated his anger with me in 100 different ways. If I liked something, he hated it. If I didn't like something, he loved it. When I used my contacts to find him a job, he would take the job and misbehave until someone fired him. When I let him use my phone, he would run up the bills. He felt, perhaps rightly, that I owed him, but he wanted me to pay that debt in material things. Money, most obviously. By then I well understood I could not buy his love. He left for New York again. From a distance, I communicated my love without pushing, and on his end, of his own accord, he demanded the truth from his mother about me. God's grace was moving us both, not in the same direction, but toward each other. I remember the moment when it all happened. I was at my home in my bedroom getting ready for work when the phone rang. I sensed it was my son calling. I picked up. I was right. In those first seconds, I found myself stealing my defenses. No, your mother is lying. No, I cannot give you more money. We had these kinds of conversations many times before, but from the sob in his voice, I could tell this call was different. He had called to apologize. The apology was sincere and deeply felt. He had overcome the anger in his life. I felt like the man wandering in the desert who finally found a spring. His words poured over me. I could not begin to describe how those words refreshed my soul. It was the most beautiful moment in my life. Yeah, vaping is terrible. It ain't right. Something really wrong with it. In a flash, I saw with fresh eyes the wisdom of the parable of the prodigal son. As Jesus tells the story, the younger son of a prosperous man takes his share of the estate, runs off, and wastes his inheritance in riotous living. When he comes to see the folly of his ways, he says to himself, I will set out and go back to my father and say to him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Make me like one of your hired servants. The son knew little of forgiveness and the depth of paternal love. While he was still a long way off, the father saw him and was filled with compassion for him and ran to his son, threw his arms around him and kissed him. The older brother was a little miffed that the father showered so much love on a son who has squandered your property with prostitutes. The brother does not yet understand paternal love either. We had to celebrate and be glad, says the father, because this brother of yours was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. I know exactly how the father felt. Biblical wisdom never grows old. What was wise 2,000 years ago remains wise today. Today, my relationship with my son is stronger than ever. He got his life in order, and something that was missing is now part of me. We don't see eye to eye on everything, but on the serious issues, the moral issues, we are one. He calls to ask my advice. If he doesn't hear from me for a while, he calls to make sure I am okay. He insists that I visit him and his family, and has even proposed that we vacation together. I'm blessed that God has returned my son to me, and my son is blessed for having been returned to his father. I tell the story of my son and me, not to show how great we are, but to show how great he is, how much love God has to share with anyone willing to put aside his anger and ask for forgiveness. Even an old cotton-picking country boy like me. And now we are on. Read it again, Terry. Y'all are funny. Stop it. Now we're on chapter 23, the antidote. Are we ready for the antidote? What is the antidote? How are we going to wrap up this amazing book? Are y'all ready? I'm ready. Let's go. When I saw Michael Brown's endgame play out in the streets of Ferguson, Missouri, I wondered if there was any way his life could have been turned around. It would not have been easy. I know this from experience. Here at Bond, we have counseled any number of young men much like him. We are not always successful, but we have had enough success that I know what to say when a lost soul like Michael Brown comes through my door. Son, the first thing you have to do is look within. This is where your education begins. Book learning is critical, but your spiritual self-education comes first. Look in the mirror and figure out who or what is looking back at you. Forget your size. God doesn't give a fig about how big you are. Forget your looks. The girls may care, but God doesn't. Chat. As to your clothes or your tattoos or your bling, please. Those are all designed to disguise who you really are, not from others, but from yourself. They are the last things you need to concern yourself with. Get beyond your appearance. People ask me what causes a person to stop and take that initial look. Often it is some kind of shock to the system, an arrest, a divorce, a death, a lost job, an addiction, an accident. Sometimes it is just a building sense of despair. In my case, it was because I was, like you, so lost, so unhappy, so deeply unsatisfied with my life, I could cry. It was this suffering that caused me to ask God to let me see myself. Richard Pryor had a similar experience. He looked within and saw what I saw, something cold and dark. We reacted differently. And I've had this experience too. I mentioned it on a previous live stream, but I had a moment of where I don't know what happened, but I saw myself, and I saw the just wickedness of myself. It was all over me. It was like a picture of Dorian Gray. And maybe it wasn't the worst, but it looked evil. It looked evil, what I saw. And I felt God on me. I felt like the Holy Spirit on me, and I heard like God's voice. It's like that voiceless voice, where he basically told me that, he basically told me like that this is, you are ugly. Yeah, but I'm not done with you. Like, basically. And it was like, whoa, like very jarring experience to have. It definitely woke me up quite a bit. I'm still reeling from it, and I still yeah. I mean, that was a few years ago, or it was a couple of years ago now. Might have been 2021, I think. It was in this place. It was like soon after I moved in here, this apartment. It was my father. No, it was that voiceless voice within. It was, I don't know how to describe it. It was like stern and loving at the same time, firm but gentle. It was like, yeah, it was like a disciplinary father. I don't know how else to describe it. Like total, like love and discipline. I don't really remember my face now, but like I remember that because I was admiring myself, like I do. Yeah, I appreciated it immensely. It was a real wake up call. Because I was being vain. Like I still do. I still do. I have those moments where I'm looking at myself in the mirror and appreciating the way I've been made. And yeah, to have that like overtaken by this like revelation of the way my spirit was looking was I mean, it set me, it's like it was, I don't know, the spirit began moving really strongly in me after that, and I started noticing like how much easier it was to just like drop little evil things that I'd held on to for so long, like these evil like behaviors or like vices just started falling off, or like I didn't like do these things anymore. I don't want to get too specific about it because it's like, and I know he's not done with me. He's working he's making a perfect work in me, but like, I would say you're once you're like reborn, of the spirit, you have to grow as well. I'm not okay with having been demodded, Frederick. That was some BS. I was done wrong by. I want reparations and justice. I'm calling Gloria Allred. We're making this into like a feminist issue. We're gonna Me Too these fuckers. I'm not playing around. Pardon my language. You're right, Court. Yeah. Anyway, interesting. Let's continue. I think I know why. Deep down, I knew that God loved me. I knew he could redeem me. I don't think Pryor had any such consolation. He had estranged himself from God's love. He had chosen the wrong side in the war between good and evil. In his misery, though, he sensed he had made a tragic error and allied himself with the deceiver. So when he saw that devil, he set the devil on fire. I imagine Judas felt much the same before he hanged himself. Michael Brown's relatives say he was struggling with his faith in the weeks before he died. It was not a struggle he was winning. The face that he presented to Officer Wilson, like the one Richard Pryor saw in the mirror, was that of a demon. Had he known where to turn, Michael might have found the spiritual assistance he needed. It is never too late. So as long as that divine spark burns within, there is help for you. Don't ever let the flame go out. Nurse it, protect it. We as human beings will never become our best selves unless we seek God first. You are, however, not going to find God in a building. You will find him when you look at yourself and see the truth of what you've become through your anger. That is where self-knowledge begins. If you are to overcome your image of yourself as victim, you must see yourself for who you are. So much of what makes you feel victimized is anger. You are angry, but you don't know what you are angry about. Did you all not hear my call? Oh, I do have a very soft heart. Why do you think I'm so tough? Why do you think I have I have a very soft heart. I'm very easily. I don't know about that. I can roll with the punches a bit, but. I love very deeply. I don't think people understand that about me, like how emotionally attached, and not just emotionally attached, but just how seriously I take things. Yes. Anyway, let's move on. As we've discussed, I have found and know from experience that one of the greatest sources of anger is the lack of a father in the home. Heather Barwick, the woman we met in chapter 10, who was raised by two lesbians, puts her finger on the problem. My father's absence created a huge hole in me, and I ached every day for a dad. As Heather understood, those who turn away from their earthly father can turn away from their spiritual father as well. They can never learn to know and love God if their heart is filled with hate. We must all strive to forgive. It is God who allows us to forgive and reunite. What salvation is really all about is a return to the Father. Young Black men are particularly vulnerable to the temptation to hate. Son, you, like so many of your friends, have not had a father at home that you could identify with spiritually. You have had no reliable man to guide you, to protect you, to teach you, and discipline you when you needed it. You may not have seen a man like that in your neighborhood. Chances are that neither of your parents had a good father either. This means you may not have even had a strong grandfather in your life as I did. Your sisters suffer from the same problem, and it is just as severe, if not quite so deadly. Fatherlessness is a problem for anyone who experiences it. Just ask Heather. As a young Black man, you are vulnerable for another reason. Many of the people you trust, your relatives, your teachers, the president, maybe even your pastor, will discourage you from coming to terms with the anger you naturally feel. They will encourage you instead to direct that anger toward white people, America, and even Christianity. You like my hat? I'm not wearing a hat. Oh my goodness. I was thinking about taking it down, actually. You just reminded me. I'm going to take it down out of the clip. What do you all think? Let it hang loose. Yeah, how about that, Court? It looks, yeah, I can see that. Frederick likes it down. Well, thank you. It is classic, you know. But it's been warm. It's been kind of a humid day here too. We had thunderstorms. I actually was like late to church. I showed up at like 11 instead of the usual time. So luckily there's like a break in the service. I usually attend there's 2 services technically in the morning. So usually I attend both, like back to back. But today I went in at 11 just because there was a thunderstorm happening still at 10. So it was raining and there was thunder and lightning. Luckily it cleared up by 11. It moved out, but I was like, yeah, I'm not going out in this. And I showed up wearing a Morrissey t-shirt. I had a good time though. My little crush has been on the drums. My crush in the band, he's on the drums. I was like, all right. I looked like a stickler to the rules the other way. Do I look more wild with my hair down? I'm sure I do. Thanks, Court. I'm a real person. Okay. Tupac Shakur's mother, Afeni, who was deeply angry most of her life, understood how the process worked. She wrote of her time with the Black Panthers. They took my rage and channeled it against them instead of us. By them, she meant those who pursued the American dream, black and white. By us, she meant herself and her colleagues. By the time Afeni said this, she knew she had been lied to and abused. The direction of the Panthers gave her was a pure dead end. She never did learn how to forgive. In not forgiving, she never learned how to love. Son, a good church will help you nurture your relationship with God and grow an understanding of yourself. But be warned, not all churches are good. In the Black community, too many pastors prefer judging white people to asking congregants to judge themselves. A preacher like Obama's pastor who says not God bless America, but God damn America. What kind of pastor says God damn America? I don't know about that, Core. I mean, I know how to conduct myself in different situations. I know how to be fake. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. The realest people know how to be fake. I can move in any circle I choose. I clean up. I can look like, I could look like anyone I want. I could, and I know how to act. So don't worry about that. But this is my channel, you know? This is my channel. This is me. And it's my home space. And if you want that kind of treasure from me, you got to stick it out with me and be here and get to know me. And yeah, I will keep it real here with respect and hopefully dignity. But I probably say more than I should. Like letting my mom be on like phone at the beginning of this video today. I had her on for like a while. Y'all were hearing my mom. And she gets me up on the gossip and stuff. So I'm going to have a niece in September, y'all. There's going to be a new little girl in our family. It's exciting. It was cool. Y'all liked her accent, don't you? Yeah, I'm excited. There's this cute little shop I saw recently. It was a couple months ago, but I'm thinking I might go over there and like get her an outfit and send it to them. It'd be nice just to, because it was like a boutique and then they looked like clothing for babies that, you know, very, very cute. You know, they're going to name her Alora. They've already picked out the name. I'm like, she's not even here yet. I mean, I think you can know a kid's name maybe before they're born, but like, I always wonder, like, you know, I always wonder, like, do you really know until you meet them? And parents in the chat, did you pick your kid's name before they were born or did you wait till they were born? I feel like with me, my parents picked it the day I was born. And I'm named after both my grandmothers. So Terri is my father's mother and Anne is my mother's mother. So I took both their names. But they gave me both their names. So pretty cool. Terri Ann. So yeah, on my dad's side of the family, they differentiated me from my grandmother by calling me Terri Ann. So you can call me it if you like. Most people don't. Usually people ask permission before they call me it though. But it does show up on different things. So I'm Terri Ann to some people, and then I'm just Terri to others, but both work. You named yours when you knew the gender. Okay. It is true. I think it's right to pass names down in the family. I think that's appropriate. But then, you know, or take inspiration from other family members' names. Like maybe you don't name your kid like directly after another relative, but maybe you give like a tip to their name or like part of their name. Like maybe you have a girl with, I don't know, let me think. You could give like the feminine or masculine version of a name, you know, things like that, or You know what I mean? I'm just thinking of like different ways you can change them a little bit. But yeah, they're planning on naming her Alora. Alora Rose. You chose your niece's name, really, Icarus? Wow. Oh, okay, modern gentleman. Wow, 4 generations of the same name. That's crazy. Point fire, blocked Court Green. Oh my god. He must just find you annoying, Court. I don't know what else he could have done. Males name the boys, Ribs name the girls. I don't know. I don't know. Should you keep that? Is that right? Is that right? What about like middle names? I guess I don't know. Middle names are kind of an American thing though too. But I think a kid should have 2 names. I think that it sounds right to me. Hopefully I get to see a 5th one. Dang. Dang. 5. Jeez. 5. You've already doubled yourselves. Like dang. Court Damian Green. Oh my goodness, what a name. All right, let's get back to the book. That Jeremiah Wright would ask God to damn anyone is troubling enough. Even worse in the long run is that he gives his congregants an excuse not to examine their own consciences. They are encouraged to examine white people's consciences, excuse me. It was Wright who said in Obama's presence, white folks' greed runs a world in need. Yes, white folks are the problem. For Wright, they always are. His sermons have done almost nothing but remind his congregants of their grievances. Unfortunately, victims never accept blame, rarely forgive others, and do not grow up until they cast off the shackles of victimhood. That is very true. I mean, you could be looking at a full-grown adult, but if they have a victim mentality, they could have a full head of gray hair. But if they have a victim mentality, it's like dealing with a child. It really is. It's not censorship to block someone. Blocking someone is not censorship. Or maybe you're talking about whatever. Okay. I guess this is his way of protesting some quote unquote censorship he feels that you engaged in court. I don't know the situation. He said, just doing what I'm called to do. I know people didn't respect my modship at the Monday through Friday TV or Monday through Thursday TV. I messed that up. God, I thought I was so funny there and I messed it up. Yeah, blocking them from the channel is, well, I don't know. It depends on how egregious they are being. I've seen people say some stuff that really doesn't have any place there, and like they're clearly on an agenda, you know. when they're posting. So I don't want to be like, oh no, that's wrong necessarily. I don't know the situation. I never, like I said, I never banned anyone. That wasn't me. If people are getting banned, it wasn't me. I think I know who it is. And if y'all are actually watching, you'll see who it is too. So just saying. Anyway, I'm just gonna buy. Okay, well, I'm done. This is silly stuff. Okay. What you need, son, is love. Black or white, we all have the same need, but your anger separates you from God. And without God, there can be no real love. To find your way back, you have to own up to your anger. Do not be afraid to pray. Do not be afraid to shut out the noise of the world. As the Bible tells us, be still and know that I am God. If you are strong enough to forgive, you will be forgiven. For you to get your spirit in order, however, you will have to get over your blackness. This will not be easy with all those respectable people shoving your blackness down your throat. But as long as you see yourself as a black man first and a Christian and an American secondarily, if at all, your blackness will enslave you. It will dictate your thoughts, restrict your taste, limit your ambition, and direct your anger. You will find yourself doing things you don't like and not doing things you do like because the quote unquote brothers expect you to. The weight of popular opinion in the Black community has crushed many a good spirit. Don't let one of those spirits be yours. Son, while you are learning about yourself, it is important to learn about the world. This is where formal education comes into play. Follow your interests as long as you are comfortable following them. And don't let other people dictate what your interests are. When you get over your blackness, you will understand that to get good grades is not to act white. On the other hand, well-meaning people will tell you that you must attend college and find a major you can pass. This is all well and good if you have the disposition for higher education. But as Booker T. Washington reminded us, there is much to be said for mastering a marketable skill. A young Black man with a plumber's license will likely have a better future than one who barely earned a sports management degree at the local state teachers college. He will also have more self-respect. You don't want to sit in an office all day doing nothing of consequence, only halfway well, and wondering whether the company hired you to appease the equal opportunity crowd. Son, with a marketable skill, you are much better able to start thinking about a wife and children. They come in that order: wife first, children next. And once you are married, stay married. Jesus explained this order to the taunting Pharisees. From the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female, he said. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. Wherefore there are no more than two, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. I cannot repeat this often enough. Family breakdown is the great social and spiritual scourge of our time. Do not be part of that problem. There are few greater sins than abandoning your own children. If you only see your kids when you feel like it, you have abandoned them. I mean, I agree with that. A marketable skill is important. I mean, that's security. You know, having a skill that is not everyone has, that is needed, having those kind of skills and having a work ethic, hey, I agree, Court. I mean, they probably have rules, about the conduct in the chat. So I don't know. Like, Bobby Blanco says, I played thousands of miles of pipe. Dang. Dang, Bobby. Stop bragging. No. So, okay, I just a derailment. I think Regatron came in earlier. I don't know if he's still here or not listening, but yeah, he mentioned the fact that Joe Biden has stepped down and is endorsing Kamala Harris for the next 4 years. Yikes, huh? Yikes. Yikes. And just to be honest, like, my opinion of that, like, I've been in my not in my feelings. I don't really care that much. Melania Trump moment with that iconic coat. I don't really care, do you? What a queen. What a queen. People were so outraged. I thought it was such a profound statement. But yeah, I don't know. It's just been interesting watching the way that they've kind of turned on him. I don't know. I don't think it's the right decision. I think it's because also it calls to question for me how long, if they really think he's not capable of continuing his presidency, how long have they thought that and just been propping him up? I think it makes them look very weak in my estimation. Just saying. What do you all think? What do you think of my little perspective there about that? And that woman is not. She was a terrible pick for VP. Ain't no way. She is not going to be our first female president. No way. I'm not having it. Like, do people really support her that much? I don't think so. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Like, really? Do they not understand? Like, I don't know. I mean, and this is the thing, like, I think if we are going to have a female president, it's going to be a conservative. If we're going to have it, like, I don't see it happening on the, like, Democratic side. I just don't see it happening. It would have to be a conservative. And, like, to me, again, it's like, who's the best person right now for the job as well? It comes down to merit. I don't think in this country at this time she merits the position of president. I don't think she merited the position of vice president, quite frankly. But whatever. There's women who've been serving this country for years who would be better choices if you wanted to, like, look at an actual choice. So I don't know. Sometimes I don't understand what Court is saying. I'll be real. Anyway, let's get back to the book. I mean, and yeah, just the fact that she's part of this Biden administration and, like, it's been apparently so bad. Like, honestly, I think the stuff about his aging is, like, really exaggerated, to be honest. I don't think what I'm seeing necessarily means that he isn't, I don't know. Maybe I do. I don't know. Like, cackling Kamala Harris. I mean, I don't know, modern gentlemen. Who knows? Let's have a wait and see attitude. We just have to, like, let's not say it's called yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings, right? And did Biden win the 2020 election? I mean, of course he did. It wasn't suspicious at all. All right, so let's not discount that. It's really up in the air. Have a wait and see attitude. Have faith. Have hope. Vote. Do your part as a citizen. To participate. To act locally. No, I didn't, Yoda. Yoda. Stop it. I said, period. I have never voted Democrat. I have never supported or voted for a Democratic presidential candidate. Ever. I was too, Yoda. I was pulling for Joe. Like, honestly, I was like, this is rough. I don't like this old man being treated this way. I'm going to support him just because. Elder rights. I drank all the coffee. It's gone. Well, actually, there's a little. He's like, cool. Nah. I was a radical. I was a radical leftist, okay? Radical leftist. No, the Communist Party USA always supports the Democratic ticket. They're kind of basically just they're not a party. No, I voted. Yeah, I voted last election. I don't remember what party I voted. I usually just vote third party. Protest vote. Like F these choices. Chaos vote. But yeah, no, I've always been against the Democratic Party. And Kamala Harris is a lot of like leftists were very unhappy with her appointment because of her connections to the prison industrial complex. Like, she's made a lot of money incarcerating people in like California and elsewhere. It was like when she came in, and you have to look at like the way crime has risen around the country since they've been in office. Like, I do think that maybe this is a part of expanding that market. That's a very big industry. A very big market is prisons. She's made a lot of money off of those prisons. So a lot of the people who are anti-police, or for prison reform or that kind of thing, like a lot of people were very unhappy with her being picked. No, and definitely never supported Hillary. Hillary Clinton is evil. Just saying. I mean, I don't want to get up here and be calling other people evil, like we all are, but like, she was a terrible pick. Like people were like, I remember the like debate too. People were like, "Oh, she did so good." Like people were convinced she was going to win and she was going to be the first female president. I'm like, no, there was no way. Did Ilhan run for president? Ilhan Omar? God, she's a mess. No, no. Well, anyway, he was badass after he was shot. I mean, I know I've been on here a while, almost 4 hours, and I'm not done yet. And I need to have a shower and get to bed, don't I? Well, we're almost done. Just a couple more pages. It's okay. It's gonna happen. We're gonna get to bed at a normal time. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I know. You want me to shut up and go to bed. I know. Let him up there. Yoda Clover, you want to get on my lap again? Is that what you want? Or are you just bitching at me? What you doing? What you doing? Yeah, the sun's still up in beautiful Portland, Oregon. Come on, baby. Come on up here. Come on. No, he doesn't want up on my lap. He does. He has the sweetest little voice. When I came home today, he was sleeping on the edge of my bed, and he was, as soon as I opened the door, he was like, meow, meow, but he didn't move. He just kind of stayed there. So I like wheeled over to him and gave him some attention. Okay, you want my lap? Come on. What? Here he is. Oh, there the kitty. Oh, there the kitty. I've been seeing all these like influencer accounts of cats, and there's one where like a cat makes pottery, and then another one today, a video I saw of a cat driving a car. Like, why are these cats doing so much? Like, my cat is not going to be making any pottery or driving any cars. Well, it's only 8 o'clock here. Are you really 3 hours ahead of us? Yeah. Oh, baby. Where are you, so baby? You so baby. You so baby. Look at you. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah, Tince is the driving cat. I remember like an episode of that with like Victoria Jackson and I think Kevin Nealon. Oh man, I love Victoria Jackson. I love Kevin Nealon too, but yeah, they're funny together. I think he did Weekend Updates as well, like, or the SNL news, and hi. How do I feel about my hypothetical husband cooking for you? I don't know, honored, excited, relieved. I don't know. Yeah, probably. I think excited. Interested. I don't know, intrigued. Yeah, Norm Macdonald was the best. I would say. I agree with you there. Interesting question. Yeah, and I feel like not a picky eater. I am a bit of a picky eater, but I feel like this is stuff he'll know about me. I mean, I'm not that picky, but yeah, I think, you know, And I would expect him to be doing the manly cooking anyway, like the grilling of the meat and stuff. Grilling, smoking, those are kind of man things, you know? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Yeah, I would expect him to be operating those kind of things. Court says he likes good food, so he cooks all the time. Swamp and bush meat. Okay, modern gentleman grills meat. Yeah. Yeah, I think like certain things like that, like, yeah, I would hope that, I'm not the one doing that stuff, messing around outside with anything or, messing with big hunks of meat, I feel like on Thanksgiving, I want him to like handle the turkey or something, you know what I mean? Like the centerpiece, the meat. My mom and stepdad do like an amazing spread on Thanksgiving. They usually have a big party and invite like tons of people. And he spends days cooking for that. He's like, when I went to visit them to do Thanksgiving, they made like 28 pies of all different kinds. So they were giving away like pumpkin pies and like fruit pies and like all these different pies, and then there were 2 turkeys. I don't know, it was a whole shebang. And I hosted Thanksgiving here this year, or this last year. We had a small one. There were, let's see, myself and 3 others, 3 guests, and I did the ham, and then they brought the other stuff, and it was good. I'd never done a ham before. It was so good. I got into ham after that. I was like, oh, we could eat this. I could have ham other times. It was not something I'd done. It turned out amazing. I made a like big jam glaze as well. So it had this like, the way it kind of caramelized on the skin of the ham on the outside as it cooked. Oh my God. Like when we like cut off the slices and we're eating it, it had that like crispy, crunchy, sweet, big flavor. I don't know. It was something else. And then I also did the pineapples on it. And some chive, it was, or not chive, clove. It was good. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Oh, you are so baby. You are so baby. Oh my God. Look at you. Oh my God. Look at you. Look at you. You are being such a little mug right now. You're being so cuddly. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. I mean, I've cooked like pork shoulder, or like a pork tenderloin roast with Coke before. It's all right. I don't know about ham, but yeah. Marmalade though sounds good. Marmalade, Coke, and crushed pepper. Sounds pretty good. All right. Good. Thanks for the suggestion. Okay. Being married is not enough. Without spiritual order in the family, children will be born into darkness. The Apostle Paul shared with the Ephesians what that order should be. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord. As Paul went on to explain, the husband is the head of the wife, in much the same way Christ is the head of man. This was a relationship based on mutual love and responsibility. Feminists often condemn this passage for seeming backward and undemocratic. But a family is not a democracy. At its best, it is an organic unit through which order and love flow. Well, I think what Icarus is describing sounds good. Like I can see it, like Coke, marmalade, and crushed pepper. That sounds like sweet and spicy. You know, sounds good. Anyway, this spiritual order reflects the natural instincts of men and women. Although as liberated as any woman could be, Afeni Shakur understood her heart. All I wanted was protection, she wrote. That's all every woman wants. By nature, men want to protect. They want responsibility. Husbands, love your wives, Paul continued, even as Christ also loved the church. By the church, Paul meant you, the man. In a family that lives by this creed, there is no abuse, no neglect, no intimidation, no fear. The husband grows strong, the wife blossoms, the children flourish. Marriage offers material benefits as well as spiritual. A Black mother with children is more than 4 times likelier to live in poverty than a Black married couple with children. This only stands to reason. There are less tangible benefits as well. A married mother usually lives in a better home in a better neighborhood. Her children are safer. They go to better schools. She can drive her children and pick them up in her own car. She and her husband can travel, go on vacation, save for the future. She does not have to depend on unreliable boyfriends, uncles, or whatever for rides, loans, or love. She has a sense of security that a single mother can barely imagine. I don't say this to criticize single mothers, but rather to educate them as to what they are missing. Even if they have a child out of wedlock, they should not give up on marriage. First, though, they have to look in the mirror and come to terms with who they are and what they need. One more thing, son, work hard. Once you are over your Blackness, you will see that Black people are not the last hired and the first fired. If anything today, the opposite is true. As much as I dislike affirmative action, I cannot fault you for taking advantage of it. What you don't want to do, though, is accept a position for which you are not suited just to fill someone's quota. You want an employer to hire you because of the skills and attitude you bring to the job. Once hired, you will show up every day for work on time. Enough of that CP, colored people time stuff. You will work as hard as the next man, maybe even harder, because you want to get ahead on your own. Your colleagues will want to work with you. If you make a mistake, you will accept blame. You will take a sick day only when you are on your deathbed or very nearly so. You will tackle every task in good spirit. You will find the joy in every job, no matter how humble, and do it as well as you can. You will be grateful God has given you the health to do your work and that your employer has given you the opportunity. You will never, ever say, I did not get promoted because I'm Black. Your employer would not have hired you if he were scheming not to promote you. And if the employer does fire you, you will not sue. You will look hard in the mirror once again and ask yourself, where did I go wrong? Oh, good night to modern gentlemen. They're still going on about ham in the chat. People love their ham. Ham, 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 ham. Oh, flip that hair. All right, let's continue. If you follow these guidelines, you will not get fired. You will get promoted. You start saving your money and investing it. With savings comes freedom. Even if you get a bad boss, and they are out there, ask your white colleagues. You will have the freedom to walk away from the job. At some point, you will come to the understanding that an adult of a certain age should no longer have to ask permission. When you do, you will realize it is time to start your own business. And when you have to hire your own employees, you will look at the black workers who apply and see exactly what white employers do. I take no joy in telling you that my black entrepreneur friends are reluctant to hire them. They will not be reluctant to hire you. I will gladly write you a recommendation. I don't think there's anything beta about cooking. Why is that beta? I mean, men are good cooks. Some of the, I don't know. My dad was a good cook. He made some very. He taught me to cook. My dad did, and then also working in kitchens when I was a teenager taught me other stuff. Like I worked in an industrial kitchen. I worked at a cafe. I worked at a couple cafes, as like my first jobs, and I learned a lot about cooking, how to do a lot from them as well. So from what my dad taught me and then what I learned working, I've kind of, picked up some good skills. I don't think it's beta at all. I mean, the best chefs are usually men anyway. I mean, the most famous chefs, yeah. I mean, so women do okay in that industry though too. Just to say, like, there's some women that are really flourishing in that industry, or especially the more they specialize. Like, women really, entrepreneurs especially, like, really, at least in this town, have a good number of the like bakeries and pastry shops and like specialty places like that. Those are generally run by women, and they tend to like flourish in that as well. So if you specialize in something or you do like pastry, that can be a good place that I see women kind of doing well for themselves, I know. And also, like, you have to cook for yourself. Whatever. Somebody in the chat kind of upset me. Was it Chaos Confessional the other day? Something in my hair. It was when I called into Joelle. She said something like, as I was getting off the phone, I saw on the chat when I went back in. She was like, something about how I need to learn to cook or something. I know how to cook. All right. Let's just clear that up. Don't come for my cooking. Yeah, I think there's something special about cooking for oneself too. I mean, I love to cook for myself and other people, like people I care about, at least, to make them something nice to eat. It's a blessing to be able to do that. Yoda taught his woman how to cook, or his girl. Oh my. I know this all sounds simple. It sounds simple because in a way it is. The antidote to our communal despair is within reach of every single American, black or white, and its formula is as simple as the one described above. God wants us to be free. Freedom begins for Black Americans when we throw off the shackles of anger, hate, dependency, debt, and Blackness. Freedom ends for us in self-awareness, love, mercy, happiness, and forgiveness. Forgiveness, remember, is a spiritual gift God can give us, only when we admit we are wrong. See, this is the thing too, and like what I appreciated about Jesse when I called in and he'd asked me about forgiving my mother, and we had the conversation about it. Like, I hadn't really put together in my mind, like, I thought forgiveness was just like, you know, not being angry at her for the things she did wrong. But I hadn't really came to the awareness in my own mind and soul that the fact that I'd been angry at all, the fact that I'd resented, the fact that I had held that against her, the fact that I realized that I was wrong, that was real forgiveness. That was where real forgiveness is. It's an understanding that you are in the wrong to hold on to anger. And until you like realize that holding on to that anger that you have is wrong, just saying. Dang, Court going deep in his business now. Apparently he and his ex traded tasks. So she didn't like to cook, but he did. And he didn't like to cut grass, but she did. So they're swapping gender roles there. Wild. Oh my God, Yoda, no. No. Oh my God. You came for Court with your dirty business. Oh my God. Don't look at the chat, y'all. Cover your eyes. Court has 2 girls. Well, that's amazing. I don't think there's anything beta about being the father of girls. Like, why, what is that? Like, real men make boys first. Like, what? What is that? She says Yoda. How do you know that? How do you know that? Oh man, what time is it? Oh God. Okay, I gotta get through this. I can't with you. You're wild. You need, I don't know, you need to be clipped or something. I don't know. I'm from Mississippi. And you ask why I don't want to move south. Real men make boys first is a truth from God. I missed that. Is it in the Bible? Well, I don't know. I mean, what's a real man? A real man is a man who does the right thing. You know what I mean? Well, what's wrong with that, Yoda? What is... I can't. I cannot. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. Is my makeup running now? Oh, man. I did a very little wing today. I've been doing exaggerated wings and decided to go for a tiny little one. So, and I got this new highlighter, like a liquid highlighter, and I spilt a bunch of it as I was trying to get it out. So I ended up just putting it all over my face. And I like how it turned out. It had this nice, like, glowy It's a nice highlighter, so I'm liking how it's looking on camera anyway with the light. What do you mean, thank God? All right, Yoda, I don't want to get into it with you. It looks good. All right, thank you. We like my makeup today. It's held up well. I did it early in the morning, so my lipstick is gone. It looked nice though. It looked nice earlier. I just never reapplied my lipstick. So anyway, God wants us to be free. Freedom begins for Black Americans when we throw off the shackles of anger, hate, dependency, debt, and blackness. Freedom ends for us in self awareness, love, mercy, happiness, and forgiveness. Okay, I just read this. Okay, at Bond, we work on one soul at a time. This is, of necessity, a slow process. I am old enough and wise enough to know that I may not be the one to liberate Black America. That said, I am hopeful enough to think Black America will one day be liberated, and I am brash enough to think that those who will free Black America just might begin by reading this book. It will take some especially strong people to throw off so much entrenched evil, but if they succeed, the rewards will be astonishing. I imagine a South Central in which every child lives with both parents, and those parents love and protect their children. I see these kids walking safely to the neighborhood school in the morning and eagerly tackling their studies without fear of disruption. I see them skipping home after school and being greeted at the doors by their mothers. And upon seeing her, I see these little Black kids with smiles as big as their heads. This is the way millions of American kids live their lives right now. It should be the way all American kids live their lives going forward. Remember, our battle is not a physical one. It is a spiritual battle between good and evil. The kingdom of heaven is within. Be still, go within, and find your Father. And then there's another 2 pages of afterword. So I'm going to oh my God. Okay, afterward. I pray that the nation avoids any serious racial strife in the months and years to come. But I see no efforts by anyone in power to speak honestly about the issues at hand, let alone address the underlying problems. Walter Scott of South Carolina had many of those problems. At the time the 50-year-old Scott was shot by Officer Michael Slager, he had an outstanding warrant for failure to pay child support. Although he had not paid for the care of his 4 children in 3 years, he was driving a Mercedes. Nice. Nice. He obviously did not have his priorities in order. He had been arrested about 10 times previously, many of those for child support issues. For some reason, he chose to run after Slager stopped him for a broken taillight. Slager caught up with the heavy-set Scott, and the 2 men reportedly struggled. Officer Slager told the police dispatcher he grabbed my taser. Scott broke free and bolted. Slager, in turn, shot Scott in the back. Why either man did what he did, I do not know. Each appears to have made a tragic error. There are thousands of interactions between Black men and white police officers each week, and some of them are bound to go bad. This one certainly did. In the aftermath, however, all the talk was about what Officer Slager did wrong. I had a chance to address that issue the week following the shooting on the Fox News channel. I appeared with Black civil rights attorney Leo Terrell. In America, you are innocent until proven guilty, I said. And right now, Sean Hannity, white officers are under attack by angry Black folks in this country. And when they're stalked by these officers, they're not listening. They're not obeying the authority of the police officers. This to me was a larger problem. Why were so many Black people so angry that they put their own lives in jeopardy? Terrell could not contain himself. Jesse Lee Peterson is the only man on the face of this earth who is talking about everything else but the unlawful shooting of this man, he shouted. In a sense, he was right. The shooting was so out of the ordinary that it dominated the news. Scott's resisting arrest was so commonplace, it did not seem worthy of Terrell's time. But Scott's behavior was a symptom of a cultural disease that is crippling Black America. And I was not supposed to address that? Apparently not. I mean, yeah, and he's a reverend. They go to a reverend, have him on, their program, and they expect him to not be addressing the spiritual issues. You know what I mean? Like, weird. What a chat. Y'all are funny. You're an embarrassment to the world right now, said Terrell. The whole world is looking at how stupid you are. I answered, all that I'm saying is that we should wait for due process because I don't think Americans understand how angry and brainwashed these young Black folks are. For years, civil rights attorneys had fought to secure the right to due process embedded in our Constitution. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, reads the Fifth Amendment, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Yet when I suggested that even a white police officer deserved due process as well, Terrell exploded. Come to me right now or I'm gone, he fumed, because I'm not going to sit here and listen to this hate. The internet warriors were even more hateful. Uncle Tom, wrote one, may you burn in hell for being an Oreo. Placate the white man while putting down your own people, wrote another. The coonery you represented on the Hannity show tonight is beyond unbelievable. I hope it was a sick joke. Any person, especially a person of color, working for or with this guy should question their own sanity. Yet that is how strange our world has become. To ask for a civil discussion of the larger issues is provocative. To ask that an accused murderer be allowed due process is hateful. To ask that we look at the underlying problems that led to Scott's criminal action is an embarrassment. This is what the alchemists have wrought. I'm done, Terrell mumbled before ripping out his earpiece and walking off set. Well, Leo, I am not done. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch. And I will be heard. And that was The Antidote by Jesse Lee Peterson, y'all. What a book, huh? What a book. What an amazing read. What an amazing read. A lot to think about. Interesting. I liked it. Oh, CJ likes the shirt. We have another for the shirt. Morrissey. We love him. He is amazing. Oh, wow, yeah. I loved it. It was nice just also, he makes the same points a lot of the times, but to actually like sit down and like have him lay out his whole perspective on things was nice. It's definitely a good resource to have. Yeah. Morrissey is very based. He's been based. He's been based. Oh, and he's my friend too, Morrissey has been my friend over the years. Someone who was there for me when no one else was. Someone who could take away any like loneliness or despair. Someone who could give me hope. Someone who could tell me the truth as well. He has so much truth in his words, you know? Hmm. Well, what a show tonight. 4.5 hours, huh? Ugh. Ugh. Yes, I concur. That's another reason why I probably like. To me, it's important to represent him, And the other thing is too, so many people love him. That's the other thing. Like they don't know how much they love him. There's so many people who are like Smiths fans, right? That like hate Morrissey, and I'm just like, he's in his 60s now. I think he just turned 64 this year, and like he's had cancer. He's mortal. He is mortal. He's aging, and he's what I'm saying is like, people should return to him before it's too late. They do. They hate the truth tellers. I mean, the story of Jesus is the story of, this is what it means. We take up our cross and follow him. It's a cross to bear to walk like him, but it's also the highest honor too. But anyway, yeah, Morrissey, he's incredible. I've only seen him live the once when I went to see his first residency at Caesar's Palace in Vegas. That was in 2021. It was an amazing experience. The show was beautiful. It was fun. I talked to some other Morrissey fans there too, and my friend did as well. My friend Leah went with me, and yeah, after the show, there was this couple that needed their pictures, or they were like, the husband was taking a photo of his wife, and my friend like went and like up to them, and because we were waiting for everyone to leave because that was the first time I ever used a scooter. We rented a scooter for me um, to get around, and it was amazing. I was able to do so much because at that time I was like walking with a cane, and it was pretty brutal. Like I did quite a bit of walking when we first got there, but yeah, after the scooter, it was just amazing. We got all around, we were able to explore, do a bunch of stuff, and yeah, went to see Morrissey. Amazing. But yeah, he's just a legend, and he's a truth teller, and there's just so much truth in his words, and the themes of his music are really beautiful, and they're filled with like passion and drama and, I don't know, grit. In England, he gets boycotted by these anti-racist moron groups. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are they're very severe about him. It's quite interesting. He's had controversy for years about like supposed racist themes in his music, which I don't know how that's what people are taking from some of these more controversial songs. I never got the like the example, like Bengalian platforms, for example. Listening to that song, I've never got the impression that it was a racist song. It was a song about like it was, to me, it was like a warning song, about like understanding that, things aren't so free. You're freer in the West than maybe you were back home, but you're not that free. That to me was the message of the song. Or, back home, Bengalian platforms, right? To me, I always interpreted that song as a song about like a gay Bengali person who was living in England and being a little bit too flamboyant, and it's like, hey, it's not safe here you can't be doing that if you're from here. That's what I got from that song. I don't know, anybody else? I thought that was the message. Like, I don't know, is that racist? I don't know. Like, just the way his music's interpreted is interesting to me. And it's so, like, deep, too, a lot of the themes and messages. And so, yeah, he appeals to some very, I don't know, just interesting people. So I like to rep him, I love him. He's Irish as well, Irish descent, but English nationality. He also lived in America for a time. And I love that period of his work as well, when he lived in LA. Like, America was good for him, I think. That's right, Yoda. You're right. That's true. But yeah, people call him like a white nationalist now. And it's like, okay, so is anybody who wants limits on immigration, does that automatically, we're just going to throw around the term, or we're just going to imply that anybody who wants that is racist now, is some kind of racist, is some kind of Nazi? Like, if you maybe are concerned about the impacts of unlimited immigration. Especially like when we're talking about mixing cultures that don't mix well. And I'm not saying like this to be hateful, but like there is a big difference between people of different faiths living around one another. I'm just going to leave it at that. Like, there's different value systems. There's different ideas about how to live life. There's different attitudes about women as well, and the level of respect and freedom women are allowed to have in society. So that to me is concerning. Like, I should be, as a woman, I should be safe going around in, community. I mean, it's not impacting me specifically here. It's not an issue I deal with here, so it's not my problem. I don't want to like personalize it like that, but I feel for women in that situation, like dealing with that kind of aggressive intense patriarchal, controlling system when we have like so much liberation and freedom in the West. It's definitely like, it's I definitely think the Western way is superior. So if that makes me some kind of racist, okay, call me a name. I'm still right. There's a reason why people come here as well, or come to the West. So you have to wonder that as well. Like, if it's so great, if the values and customs back home are so great, why did you come to another land? And usually it's to make money. So, but I do think, some level, if you're going to, move to a completely different culture, you should try your best to assimilate with that culture. I don't know what that means exactly, but yeah, it's a fact. It's a fact. We don't need to talk about it further. So Morrissey represents that. He represents like, yeah, I mean, yeah. We love the Irish. And I love that he's a very quintessential English singer. Like he's very the sound of the Smiths. It's like very, well, they were voted like the most influential English band of all time. They beat the Beatles, the Smiths did. So you would think he's like this icon of England, but he's of Irish descent. I love that. It's like, yeah. I mean, when his parents moved, he was raised by immigrants. So when his parents moved to England, the situation in England wasn't favorable to the Irish. Like there were a lot of places that wouldn't hire Irish people. People didn't like them moving into their neighborhoods. Like there was turf war about that at that time, So Chris just wants to concur that West is best. White excellence. White excellence, right? I mean, it is, These things matter to me, These things matter to me. So when we talk about like civilization, Western civilization I'm proud to be a part of it. It sounds like some people aren't, and they need to deal with whatever issues they've got going on, but I do not suffer from their issues. I'm glad and grateful that I got to be born at this time in this place, and I get to be a beneficiary of a great, rich inheritance, So, yeah. And I get why people want a piece of it. And I love immigrants. I love immigrants. Don't get it twisted. But like, you're moving to a new place to become a member of that society. You know what I mean? Like be a member of that society first. People have different, loyalties or, it's just astounding to me. Like do your part to enrich that place. Like be a good citizen. Hey, goodbye, Icarus Fallen. So good to see you. Yeah, hey, you know what? Send me an email. We'll set up a time to chat on Skype or something, okay? I'm down to chat. Just let me know. We can plan something this week, probably. I'm thinking. I don't have any days off during the week, but I don't know. That's right, Yoda. Be loyal. Be loyal. And that's the truth. Like, it's amazing to me that people are like, they grew up here, they're a beneficiary of it, And I've not even traveled too many places in my life. I've been to other countries, not many, but like just what I've seen in other countries alone, like America is amazing. America is a great place to be. Like I get why people want to come here. You don't really know until you go see other places, like and see what people are contending with there to really get like an idea of what America has to offer. And I like being an American too. Like that national identity is something special about it. And I didn't really appreciate it as much until I um, talked to like people from other places about it, and kind of got their take on what they like about Americans. Because Americans do get a lot of criticism as well, and there's definitely criticisms to be made about Americans. Um, but yeah, people we're very inspirational to other people. I would say we influence and inspire, and we import culture. Like we influence and import our culture outside. And so we have a big effect on other nations just from that alone. Um, I know Canadians are so sweet. They're all like, and like I don't see them that differently, but yeah, they definitely be seeing you differently. I don't know though. I liked my time in Canada that I've spent. It's beautiful. The places I've been in Canada. I know there's places that aren't so beautiful. The people are really wonderful too. I mean, I don't really have a bad thing to say about any of the Canadian people I met in my travels. That's right. I know. S.I. Brady has an interesting comment. Our culture is 50% CIA. That's a good point. Hey, there's good and bad in everything. And don't get me wrong, there are criticisms to be made about America for sure. But a lot of people focus on that. Like, why don't we focus on what's good about our country, you know? Instead of like being part of the like, it's so easy. It's like that story I was reading yesterday morning, that wife that was so unhappy in her boring but like good marriage. There's so you can look at the negative and discount everything that's positive and not see it and not count your blessings. And it's like, for me, I'd rather count my blessings. I'd rather look at life through the lens of seeing what's good, seeing the good in other people, seeing the good in myself, seeing the good in my nation, in my city. Not being unaware, not being blissfully unaware of the problems for sure. Like, definitely. It's what you bring up is important to know. And this, I think, for me, I was angry. I was angry for a long time, and that fueled like a large part of my radicalness, I guess, as I call it, my impetuousness. Um, but yeah, I was angry about the things done in the name of my country, the violence exported, the interfering in the democracy of other nations, the playing mama, world mama. I feel there's a mama spirit with the policing of the world, and the which is about really exploiting their resources at the end of the day, consolidating money and power. But that's what war is. It's like people fighting for pieces of the pie at the end of the day. That's all it is. And innocent blood is shed to get the land. Otis Redding had dangling earrings. Okay, S.A. Brady is grateful to be from America too. Yeah, I mean, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. Think of all the freedom we have that other people don't. Like, we must cherish it and defend it, I think Yoda likes my earrings. I love these earrings. I hadn't worn them in a while. Well, y'all, it's been a beautiful night, but it's coming on bedtime, and I still gotta, I gotta shower. So I'm gonna have to get out of here. But nearly 5 hours, not quite, not a bad show. But thank you all for being in the chat, keeping it lively, keeping it going. Thank you again to Jesse Lee Peterson and Bond. Although I bought this book, and the shipping was like $12. I was like, $12? Dang! I don't remember. It might have been more. I don't know. But yeah, thank you. We'll be, when I get into reading again, we'll be again reading from How Not to Be a Boy by Robert Webb. That's going to be the next book we're going to dig into. I love Robert Webb. He's a British comedian, actor in my favorite show, Peep Show. So, and a male feminist. So, this is like an autobiographical story of his. I just thought it'd be interesting to look at how he talks about his masculinity. So, it's kind of a study in that. Yeah, but I think next time we might do some Bible study, or I might do something else. I have to do my nails, so they're not getting done tonight, but they'll be getting done soon. I'll be sitting here during that time as well. So we'll see what we do next time. Do I read fiction? A bit, not really, not much. Yoda. I'm giving myself a mustache there, sorry. Yoda. That's nasty. But I understand what you mean, but all right, good night, Court. He says we'll see him tomorrow. They're probably gay. I think Robert Webb is bisexual. I think he is. The character he plays in Peep Show is. And yeah, he is bisexual. So he's married though with children. So he's but hey, I love Robert Webb. Okay? Period. If somebody's, that isn't about it. That's not what it's about to be. Secondly, apart from loving Robert Webb, try to think. I don't know. That should be enough. I love him. I want to read his book. He's defended. He's come out in favor of like protecting women's sex segregated spaces, women's sports, women's facilities. So I I appreciate when men who are, you know, in not only the public eye, but have a large following, influence, you know, use their platform. You know, he could easily dodge that, but he went in and he supported women. So like a lot of quote unquote male feminists don't in this regard. So just for someone as big as he is, as well known as he is, I think I appreciate that. It's something I appreciate. I know he's grifting. I don't think he's grifting. No, he's pretty genuine. He's not. He's not. Well, we're getting to the book. We're gonna read about him. It's not. Hey, I'm not saying it's real brave. It's nothing compared to the women that are facing the like slack for this at all. But it is helpful when somebody who has that much of influence comes forward and who is male as well and says, you know, I have daughters. You know, I'm you know, I'm concerned about where this kind of stuff is leading. I don't think this is right. I think this infringes on women's rights. Yeah, I do think it's helpful. So I don't think that's a grift. I think it's the truth. More men need to come forward, and men of different political persuasions need to come forward as well. Honestly, this should be like pretty cut and dry. I don't think, you know, this should be a right or left issue. This is just an issue of right and wrong. Period. No, that isn't true. He's incredibly famous, Yoda. Maybe not you. I'm a fangirl for many of those people. Yeah. And that isn't true, Yoda. That isn't true. Okay, to a non-Yoda and a non-doofus don't know him. All right. Well, have a good night, y'all. I'm out. I can't. It's my stream. I'm going to read what I want, and you can come or not.